Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so, obuni kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love for me. Hey, yeah, I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you gon' love me. I do go, I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
Ayandaba.
It is everyone,
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. How am I positioned on the thing? Am I coming across? I don't know how I'm coming across. I'm coming across as I come across. But good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you have had a wonderful day so far. Let's just acknowledge first, before we even go any further, let's acknowledge Naija man who is actually living up to his name as we speak. He's ensconced somewhere in Nigeria. So good to see you, Naija man. What are you doing up so early? It must be 3 a.m. where you are there, but good to see that you're with us nevertheless. So he stayed awake till 3 a.m. in the morning, only really to encourage you to like, share, subscribe, and super chat. So that's the encouragement that you're getting from our Naija man right there under the name Jajon. And we have Agbadorian as well. Good to see Agbadorian. So please say hello to me in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence. Say hello back. Pardon me. So yes, say hello. Yes, good day to you and all that. The protocol remains the same, just exactly as it's been described by Naija man right there. Click on the like button as he's encouraging you to do that. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Please do that. Share the links as widely as you can. And then at your discretion, super chat. I encourage you to super chat, but I'm not pushing you so hard on that. I am pushing you, but not that hard. But what I am pushing you on is the likes and the subscribes and the sharing, of course. So those are so important. Please do them if you haven't done them already. My throat is completely dry for whatever reason. Maybe I've drank too much alcohol in the course of the day. So you'll see me going through a lot of water. Yes, what was I saying? Yeah, so there's not that much going on in the news cycle, but we will be going through this particular storyline. It's a gift that just keeps on giving, the IPOB space. You know, if there was ever a space that captures the phrase from the sublime to the ridiculous, is the IPOB space. Without equivocation, there is no refutation. It's categorically so. If there was ever a space that captures the phrase from the sublime to the ridiculous, is the IPOB space. So the story started as way back with Ogechukwu, who may or may not have legitimate reasons for whatever it is that he did. But when that Ogechukwu space ran its full cycle, Ogechukwu came out and told us then that, look, this thing has run its full cycle, and then we no longer need it now. We have to battle for our space within this country. So Ogechukwu said severally before his death that the Biafran narrative has run its course, and the Southeastern people are Nigerians, and they should fight for their space within that space. And he went on by example, because Ogechukwu contended politics. He even created a political party known as ABGA. So that was the first cycle. So you might well describe that as the sublime, but subsequently it's been ridiculous ever since. It transmuted from Ogechukwu to Ralph Uwazurike, who is as ridiculous as a human being can possibly get. Ralph Uwazurike, just a totally ridiculous guy. And then he mutated from Ralph Uwazurike to Nnamdi Kanu. You don't get more comical a figure. You know, for a very long time, I actually thought the Nnamdi Kanu thing was a cartoon skit, was a comedy skit. That's how I used to see it. Oh, before they started paying people, I just saw the whole thing as just some sort of comedy skit with the ludicrous, high-pitched voice, the contrived indignation, the shouting all of the time. It all sounded so comical. I thought it was a comedy skit. And it gets even more comical with somebody like Simon Ekpa, who by all definition, you can describe as a clown. So it has now mutated now onto this character right on our screen here. Meet, ladies and gentlemen, Ogechukwu Nkere or Nkere. So this is the latest mutation of the IPOB space, a gift that just keeps on giving. So a gift that just keeps on giving. Shall we actually start it off? Let's actually see. So this is the guy. Actually, I was going to say he announced himself onto the landscape just a couple of days ago, but he has been in the landscape for a while now. So let's actually pick it up from here. So an election was hard fought and won. An election hard fought, won and lost. And the good to see you, Hassan. Hopefully you pop on. So pardon me, an election was hard fought, lost and won, and the winner, Ogechukwu Nkere, BRGIE, Brigade, they call themselves, elects Ogechukwu Nkere as Prime Minister, replaces Simon Ekpa. So this is it now. They even have an Oyibo person there to give it some sort of legitimacy. You know how Black people think that legitimacy is conferred once a white person is there. So they've even co-opted, commissioned some Igbo person to make it look somewhat speak and span. Brigi elects Ogechukwu Nkere as Prime Minister, replaces Simon Ekpa. Right, the Biafran Republic government in exile, Brigi, has elected Ogechukwu Nkere as its new Prime Minister, replacing Simon Ekpa. Nkere's emergence was announced in a statement released on Thursday, which disclosed that the decision was taken by the... I thought it was actually... Was it not some lady that was meant to be the new leader? I can't quite remember her name now. If you can remember the name of the lady that was a very pretty gay lady like that, with a very, alluring sort of a figure. if anybody remembers the name of that lady that was meant, oh, is it Ngozi something? Oh, the name escapes me now. I will remember the name, but it was meant to be a lady, but it looks as though they have now elected this guy according to their bulletin coming out. The Biafra Republic in the Biafra Republic government in exile has elected Ogechukwu Nkere as its new prime minister, replacing Simon Ekpa. Nkere's emergence was announced in a statement released on Thursday, which disclosed that the decision was taken by the Brigade cabinet on January the 14th, 2026. According to the statement, Nkere was unanimously elected to succeed Ekpa, who has been relieved of his position following his imprisonment in Finland. So, if Simon Ekpa has been released as a consequence of incarceration, is Nnamdi Kanu also similarly relieved of his position for reasons of incarceration? Because they are both in prison now, and knowing the lot of whoever becomes the leader of that space, this guy now soon to be in prison as well. According to the statement, Nkere was unanimously elected to succeed Ekpa, who has been relieved of his position following his imprisonment in Finland. Ogechukwu Nkere was unanimously elected by the cabinet of the Biafra Republic government in exile to serve as prime minister, succeeding Simon Ekpa Ogechukwu, who was relieved of his position by the cabinet. The statement reads, before his formal appointment, Nkere had been serving as acting prime minister since December 2024. After Ekpa was detained in Finland, he previously held the position of Brigade Minister of Finance and also served as the group's long-standing representative in Washington, D.C. Whilst in the United States, Nkere reportedly engaged with several U.S. government officials, including Senator Ted Cruz and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, in his role representing Brigade. So there it is. So there is his appointment right there, and he makes his announcement then onto the stage by taking on Charles Soludo frontally. So here he is now announcing himself to the space. So hopefully you can hear this. If you can't hear it, let me know. Then I'll play to you in the studio.
Fellow Biafrans, good afternoon. From Biafra Republic government in exile headquarters here in United States of America, to my fellow citizens, especially the Anambras, the Anambra people. What is happening in Onitsha today is by the action of a man called Soludo, illegitimate governor, parading himself as the governor of the people, who is ruling against the will of the people. Soludo left the Biafrans' business their shop up, unprovoked. He don't have the right to do that. My fellow citizens, while you are protesting, protest peacefully, be your neighbor's keeper, watch your neighbor, protest for your freedom from United States.
All right, so it goes on and on for a few more minutes, just some incoherent gibberish, but there it is right there, the latest incarnation of the comedy skit that is the IPOB space. I'm not quite sure if ludicrous even justifies. It's just it's a farce of the highest order. Somebody just came into the studio actually, and to tell us now that this guy has now been sacked as well. It didn't last a moment. It says Biafra government in exile. Let's see. It says Biafra government in exile rejects Ogechukwu Nkere as Simon Ekpa's successor and prime minister, calls him an imposter. So that placement is just, I think that is singularly the most ridiculous space within the Nigerian paradigm. It's just a farce. It's the theater of the absurd, as Baba is saying, right? It's just beyond ridiculous. So that's the goings on then within the Biafra space. So let's go on from that to something a bit more meaningful. So let's see. Hopefully this starts from the beginning. So starting from the beginning. Oh, hold on. All right. All right. Tell me if you can hear the volume on this one.
It's still campaign season as Iyabo Obasanjo, daughter of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, has returned to active politics after almost 15 years and joined the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, ahead of the 2027 general elections in Ogun State. Iyabo, who represented Ogun Central Senatorial District between 2007 and 2011, participated in the ongoing APC e-registration exercise, effectively sealing her membership of the ruling party. However, she joins a growing list of politicians' offspring who are expressing their interest in elected office. Son to the FCT minister Nyesom Joaquin Wike, age 25, is said to be positioning himself for the House of Reps seat for Obio.
Okay, so what this piece is speaking to? Yes, what this piece is speaking to is the passing of the baton. It says, "One man believe what you believe." What do I believe? I don't believe anything. I don't really. I'm just here to. I'm just here merely to troll the news. Not even to analyze the news, to troll it, because often instances this is in response to this chap's comment right there, Alex Onyema or something. Are you the Alex? Oh no, that one is Alan. Are you related, by the way? Let's see the color of your super chat if you're related to the Airpiece guy. I'm just here to troll the news. I'm not even here to analyze or assess the news. I'm here to troll the news and mock it, and subject it to ridicule right across the board, because Nigeria is a farcical country being run by clowns in most instances, and most things that come out of that country is clownish. And the Biafra narrative is a classic example of that. The whole country is a joke being run by comedians, occupied by clowns. So I'm just here to laugh at everybody. So that's just what I'm here to do. Sometimes it gets serious, sometimes it doesn't. But my main objective is to come and mock all of you. So back to what I was saying. That guy's comment caught me off guard somewhat. So back to what I was saying. So this nothing that we're watching on the screen right here is speaking to what essentially is the changing of the baton. So, but it's not a changing of guard, so it's a changing of baton. So you know that if you are changing the baton, you are passing it from one teammate to another. So what this piece from Arise TV is speaking to is the changing of the baton from one generation of politicians to another. But then they go on to be very critical about it. And anyway, let's watch on. But I hold a different view from what is going to be described by the Arise TV crew, as ever always the case. But I don't think they quite get it. But we'll get to that point. Let's watch it some more.
Constituency, where his father also started his career. Son to the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, Osborne Umahi, age 27, is reported to have picked up his 30 million naira nomination form for the local government chairman position for Ohazora local government in Ebonyi State. Son to Atiku Abubakar.
Actually, before it goes on, let me just add this. If your father was an engineer, for instance, there's every possibility that you'll be an engineer. If your father was a doctor, or is a doctor still, if he's still alive, then there's every possibility that you will be a doctor. If your father was a lawyer, every possibility you'll be a lawyer. If your brother was a roadside mechanic, every possibility you will be a roadside mechanic. If your mother was a clothes seller in Balogun Market, Lagos, then there's every possibility that you will be a clothes seller in Balogun Market, Lagos. So these politicians now, good to see you, just traveling man. Good to see. People keep on saying hello to me in the comment section, so I can see that I have at least friends for. But if your father, similarly, if your father is a politician, then there's every possibility that you will be a politician. A good example is the Bush family in America. Every single member of that family is a politician of some sort. So this thing now, it's not anomalous, it's not strange or foreign, it's just the way things are. But the idea of Yemisi Wike's son taken to politics, age 25, going into the House of Representatives, I'm not quite sure. He's not yet there, but he's campaigning to go there, and we know that his father will buy him the seat. So I'm not quite sure how much I approve of that. What life skills does a 25-year-old have to go straight from university into parliament? So that's to direct the route. I think it's grooming. It wants to fast track him to the River State House. So you can see what Wike is playing at there. He wants to microcopy the Tinubu template. But Dave Umahi's son, who I think is in his 40s, taking up a registration form to be the chairman of his own local government area. I don't think you can quibble that too much. But all of their children are coming into frontline politics. This is what this piece is bringing to us. But let's listen on.
Abba Abubakar, age 47, made headlines when he officially registered as a member of the ruling APC recently, although he's yet to express interest in vying for office. And of course, the first son, Sheyi Tinubu, age 40, who's also the founder and patron of the City Boy movement and is widely tipped to be preparing to run for office in Lagos State.
You know, Yemisi Wike stands alone as my favorite politician in Nigeria. It's just such a cool, it's somebody you want to be friends with. Do you get what I mean? It's such a cool dude. He's very stylish, very, you know, he's a guy, he's a dude, isn't he? So Yemisi Wike by far and away my favorite, just as a person, human being. I like his wit, I like his humor, I like his banter, I just like his courage, the way he presents himself. His politics, I don't mind it either, but especially his personality is quite enchanting. He's by far and away my favorite politician in Nigeria, Yemisi Wike.
We implement mechanized farming, and we will work with professionals to ensure that the agricultural section of the local government is properly equipped and developed.
Today, this journey that we're on, by the grace of God, we are going to go very far. All what the people here, your leaders have said today is true. And by the grace of God, God will help us to accomplish it.
But they keep coming for me. They keep coming for my family. They keep coming for your father. They keep coming for Ashwaju, Bola, Ahmed, Tinubu, the greatest president in the history of Nigeria. The only president that has carried your blood up from when he was governor to when he became president. The only president that considered youth and student loans.
Well, it looks like the next generation of politics is being shaped right before our eyes, Rufai.
Yes, it's the continuation of hegemonic privilege, and it happens in every society. And like...
Oh, sorry, I was speaking, not realizing I was muted. I was saying I really hate the way Rufai cobbles words together. He thinks that it makes him sound clever, saying things like hegemonic privilege and all this highfalutin that he likes to pollute. You know, there is a succession. It's exactly like I've just said. It's not a prince succeeds a king. You know, a lawyer succeeds his lawyer father. We've already gone through that sequence. So it is not beyond the realms of how things sequence in life for the children of politicians to take to politics. So what does it even mean, hegemonic privilege? just random words cobbled together.
You know, these are names of top politicians. One way or the other, they've put in their children. The President Obasanjo, so by the way, Yabo Obasanjo Bello served as a senator, you know, at some point. No, that was Yabo Obasanjo now, because then she was Yabo Obasanjo Bello, if my memory serves me right. She was a senator then. So the list goes on. I think Ibori's daughter also serves in the House of Reps, El Rufai. The list goes on, you know. And it's not going to end, except the people are determined to have a fair system that works for all. Name politics, even in the biggest economies like America, you have the Kennedys, you have the Bushes and all of that. Name politics gets a big leverage. But when you look at it, in this context in Nigeria, name politics in a country where people are struggling to pay kidnappers for ransom, in a country where 177 people have been kidnapped, nobody has been able to bring them home. We just report all of this. In a country that has largely failed.
All right. So what is the correlation? What's the correlation? How does what he's saying correlate with the topic of discussion? How does the fact that Dave Umahi's son wants to be the chairman of his local government, how does that correlate with Nigeria's insecurity problem or crimes in the country? What's the correlation there? Is it his contention that they have to solve all of the problems of the country first in order then for them to encourage their it doesn't cohere, there's no coherence, there's no logical consistency between those two spaces. Their children succeeding them in politics, it has no bearing on the state of the country as it is at the moment, you know. So and you anyway, it's just I cannot abide that Rufai guy. It's probably singularly the most ludicrous. I can't say journalist. It's a shock joke. Do you remember an American DJ called Howard Stern? It reminds me very much of Howard Stern. It just says outlandish things to rile people up. That's just what Rufai does. It just says outlandish things to rile people up.
It's the people. So when you ask them, why are they putting their children in there? It's just because they want their children to control the hegemony. And it's a control. Go back in history since 1960. Some families have started leading the country. They pass on to other families. Every year, a new family gets into the hegemony. And it's just a matter of time. But all of this is at the expense of the poorest of the poor. So how do we change it? We need to have a balancing. I think...
Oh, so how is it at, you know, I cannot just, you know, it scrambles my brain sometimes when I hear some of these things. How is it at the expense of the poorest of the poor? Just, you know, let's apply our brains. Let's all engage in a brain exercise for the moment. Let's use Dave Umahi's son as an example. So he wants to be the chairman of his local government area, you know. So how is that at the expense of the poorest of the poor? So what price is the poorest of the poor paying for Dave Umahi's son to be the chairman of his local government area? What do they sacrifice for him to achieve that? You know, unless you are questioning his competence, and his competence has not been tested, so you cannot question something that's not quantified yet. So you don't know if it's going to be the best thing that's ever happened to Nigeria or the worst thing. So it's an unknown quantity. But how is that? It's just random nonsense. The fact that the sons of politicians, the children of politicians, are following in their father's footsteps, how is that at the expense of the poorest of the poor? There's totally no relationship between those two comments. It's daft. It's a daft thing to say. In fact, it's idiotic.
Somebody wrote a book. I think it's Walter Schneider or Schnedlin. He wrote it.
You see, there's the pretense again, Walter Schneider or Schnedlin. What is it? Is it Schneider or Schnedlin? Because there are two different people, though. You know, Do you remember when he used to try to quote European philosophers? According to Russell Brooker, according to Jürgen Habermas, according to Confucius, you're an idiot now. You know, no matter whatever rehearsed lines you churn out, you will and always you are and always will be an idiot. Nigerians see this guy as an idiot. Rufai was saying outside of the obedient movement, which is his catchment area, the wider country sees him as nothing more than an idiot. Politicians go on the platform, on his platform, especially and more so to mock him. Do you remember how Fayose slaughtered him? Do you remember how Larry, even the right-hand man of Wike slaughtered him? They just go there to bounce his head on the wall. Yeah, according to Russell Brooker, idiot.
He called it a great leveler. When is Nigerian political structure and societal strata going to have a great leveler? It will be with a people that truly wants their country to change. A people that does not respect the hegemony. A people that does not respect Babasokwe-cracy. A people that truly ask for accountability. But the big question is, are the people ready? The big question is, are the institutions ready? No. It's not only in politics. It's been done in judiciary. It's been done in every area of our lives. But except we break this hegemony.
Oh, okay. So, I don't know what his father does, Rufai Hussaini, but I don't like to disclose personal details about myself, but within my own family, I cannot think of. I think there's 6 of us. There's only one that somewhat deviates from what either of our parents does or did for a living, you know. So I suspect that is the experience. Faust, the bad boy, is Fanikayode's son is a lawyer, you know. So that's just the sequence of things. Your father is a doctor, he sends you to medical school. Your father is a politician, he puts you into politics. Your father is a meat seller, he puts you on the stall. So this is a hegemonic idiot.
Or we limit it, Nigeria will never move forward. These people will say, because their fathers have served Nigeria, they too must serve Nigeria. So the colonization continues, the internal colonization, and Vimba is never going to stop. So,
can I just give a quote by activist Aisha Yesufu that I think is very powerful and relevant to this story, which is that we're looking forward to a Nigeria where...
This is how low we have sunk in that country now. If you've ever heard the phrase, scraping the bottom of the barrel, if you've ever, this is one of the premier news platforms in Nigeria, by the way, Arise TV. They have even international presenters there. This Vimbai, she's a Zimbabwean, and the quotation, there's Wale Soyinka in that country, Fole Soyinka, there's Femi Falana. There are people like that, you know. There's Kishoko. They are quoting Aisha Yesufu as a reference point for a seminal moment in the discussion. So if you've ever had the phrase, scraping the bottom of the barrel, scrape, 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 that's the bottom of the barrel being scraped right there.
The son of nobody can become somebody without knowing anybody. We are very far away from that. And I want to put education as one of the levelers if I were talking about.
Well, that is not true, actually. We are not far away from that. If we were to believe the narrative of your erstwhile president, Goodluck Jonathan, who told us that until he was well in his 30s, he never had a shoe. If somebody that couldn't even afford a shoe goes on to become the president of Nigeria, Rotimi Amechi was a bus-stop tout. That was how he started his life. So if people from the lowest rung of society, the bottom of the barrel in society, if they can cascade through the systems, if they can ratchet up through the systems to land at the preeminent premier positions, then that tells you it's a meritorious society. What facilitated for Goodluck Jonathan, Mr. No Shoes, age 30, to become president other than a country that facilitates for talent to rise? It's just nonsense. The evidence don't bear out. But then, of course, it's Arise TV, isn't it?
Access to quality education by all Nigerians can give people an opportunity to aspire to get to levels that their parents didn't get to. But unfortunately, even at the level of education, there's such a wide divide between the education that is received by the children of these elites and children of ordinary Nigerians, whereby you can't even aspire. What you are thinking about, you're so mindful of how to get your next meal, you cannot even be aspirational. And there's almost a deliberate attempt to keep people shackled on that level, whereby you cannot even attempt to aspire to get.
No, I have to disagree. You know, Nigeria does not exist in isolation, you know. Nigeria does not exist in isolation. You know, you have the advantage. You know, if you come from privilege, that privilege itself is an advantage. You know, and it advantages you to continue the hegemony and to maintain the class structures. That's just how society works. So the son of a lawyer, as I said, most likely to become a lawyer, and he will maintain that level, that strata in society, in Nigeria, in Uzbekistan, in Somalia, in United States, and in China. It's the same. It's the social, they call it social stratification, and everybody maintains their strata in society. So you can have an outlier breakthrough to come into the upper echelons, exampled by the Goodluck Jonathan example that we just said, but there is nothing peculiarly Nigerian about social stratification. It's not, oh God. Some of these people should, anyway, let me not go that far. I was going to say they should be shot.
Next level.
I don't see it as
together with our next story. Okay.
Dynastic politics, you know, you find it all over the world. Whether it's in Bangladesh or it's in South Korea or it's in India or it's the United States or Equatorial Guinea or even Nigeria. What we should emphasize is that if the son or the daughter is competent, what we need in Nigeria are competent people who can provide solutions to the many problems that we have. To talk about circumstances of birth, people don't choose where they came from, you know, but they must be qualified and they must be competent. They will probably even be better persons than their parents, whose examples that they are following. But they must be competent. They should not be just children of privilege to come and inherit a culture of rent collection, you know, feeding fat on the Nigerian state. So when we can see that competence, that will make sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I think where the concern comes is the divide between the haves and the have-nots and those who don't.
It's a form of racism, actually. What this Arise TV people are doing is it's a form of prejudiced bias, which is akin to racism. So by virtue of their privilege, they stand condemned, not knowing the content of their capacity. That's what Rufai is telling us. That just by virtue of Dave Umahi's son having the last name Umahi, he stands condemned and he carries the crime of his father as his own burden too. That's a form of prejudice now. That is akin to racism. It's just ludicrous. These are farcical people. These are clowns.
Don't have access to even...
All right, I tire of these people, but I think you get the drift of that. Let's go from that to something totally new. Let's go here. I am still in Labour Party, but nobody knows tomorrow. So, yes, we already know that he's still in Labour Party by virtue of the fact that he has not announced that he has left the Labour Party. But the intrigue, the curiosity, the little teaser is that nobody knows tomorrow. So, I'll be alarmed. I won't be alarmed though, but I'll be surprised if Alex Otti follows through with Labour Party into the next cycle of elections. I am still in Labour Party, but nobody knows tomorrow. Alex Otti. The Abia State Governor Alex Otti has said. The Abia State Governor Alex Otti has said he's still in the Labour Party, adding, however, that nobody knows tomorrow. Oti stated this on Thursday whilst fielding questions during the January 2026 edition of his monthly media interaction, stating, "We are on the right side. We have maintained that." Also, he's speaking actually to the court sacking Abure and putting that Miss Usman, is it Namani Usman or something? That's the new lead person of the Labour Party. So I think that's what he's speaking to. The Abia State Governor, and by the way, please, can people please push up our numbers just a little bit? We need new subscribers. We need the likes as well. Let me put up, we need 18 new subscribers today just to tip us over a particular threshold. So 18, so be the first one or the second one, or yes, certainly be one of the 18. So we need 18 new subscribers to tip us over a particular threshold. So be one of those. Let me just let me highlight it there so you can see. Yeah, so feel encouraged to do that. Like and subscribe. If you're not already subscribed, please do. And whilst you're subscribing, click on the like button as well. I am still in the, I'll go very quickly through it this time. I am still in the Labour Party, but nobody knows tomorrow. This is attribution to Oti. The Abia State Governor, Alex Oti, has said he's still in the Labour Party, adding, however, that nobody knows tomorrow. Oti stated this on Thursday whilst fielding questions during the January 2026 edition of his monthly media interaction, stating, "We are on the right side. We have maintained that Abure's tenure has expired, and we went to court, which affirmed that. So, the court judgment confirmed actually that his tenure has expired and advised people to obey court decisions to save the courts from unnecessary trouble. We are not in election period. If election comes, we will still run under Labour Party, but nobody knows tomorrow. But today, I am still in the Labour Party." So that sounds like a goodbye note to me. If they say you have to read the room, they say you have to read between the lines. You don't even have to read between the lines in this one. I think it's quite clear what he's saying. We are not in election period. If election comes, we will still run under Labour, but nobody knows tomorrow. But today, I am still in Labour. Sorry, pardon me, I need a bit of water. On plans by former governors to sue him for not living in the state government house. Sorry, what compels him to live in the state government house? You know, they have this tradition in this is it in especially Anambra State? They will go and live in their own personal house, and then they will have the state fix up that house to make it palatial. Peter Obi did it during this tenure, and it looks as though Alex Oti is doing the same thing. If he's not living in the state house, then he's living in his own personal house, and the state has to provide all of the security insulations, high fence, you know, whatever it is that they need. They'll build the house around the security requirements for the state governor to live there. And then after he stops being the state governor, he keeps everything that they've built. That was the scam that will be run in Anambra State. And it looks as though Alex Oti might be running the same scam in Abia State. On plans by former governors to sue him for not living in the state government house, the governor said he's ready to be sued in any law court for operating from his Mvosi in something local government country home instead of the state government house, stating that his lawyers are waiting. So it pivots into the local politics of that space. But that's Alex Oti right there telling us that it sounds like a goodbye note to the Labour Party to me. So the guy that was going to shoot up Tinubu and become the head of state or military president of Nigeria, meet him. His name is Colonel Maji. Colonel Maji. Did we have his? I think I have his picture in one of the. I think you need to see what this guy looks like. Oh, have I dropped the one with his picture? I think I may well have. Yes. Oh God. And I wanted. Oh yeah, there he is. So I've not dropped the one with this picture. No. So hopefully you can see him there. Let me remove. So people, please. I want those not the super chats. I want the super chats, but please push up the likes and subscribes. Just we need 18 new subscribers, as you can see. Just help us with that and click on like as well. Let me remove that from the screen so you can see what could have been your new president had things gone his way. So this is the guy that was going to shoot Tinubu up and declare himself president. Look at that. Can you imagine that? That would have been, I think Abacha actually had also similar tribal marks. I'm not quite sure if they are of the same stock, but this is the guy. He looks like a beggar. That's the thing. That's the one thing that struck me when I saw his image for the first time. It looks like some Babiala sort of a Boki that you see in the Ring Road in Ibadan. So there he is right there. M.A. Maji, Nigerian. Colonel Maji, the alleged architect of Nigeria's failed coup plot. So let's get to meet him. Mohammed Maji, a colonel in the Nigerian army, has been identified by military investigators as the major leader of the botched coup plot against President Bola Tinubu's administration. Apart from being the alleged architect of the coup, the infantry officer is believed by investigators to have bankrolled the process. In September 2025, the military authorities started arresting senior officers suspected of involvement in the coup, including Mr. Maji. By early October of that year, 16 officers had been arrested and detained in connection with the coup plot. Initially, military authorities were reluctant to admit the coup plot, claiming that the officers were being investigated for indiscipline and breach of service regulations. President Tinubu later sacked service chiefs, retaining only Olufemi Oluyede and Emmanuel something or the other. Whilst Mr. Oluyede, formerly the chief of army staff, was appointed as the chief of defense staff, succeeding Christopher Musa, Mr. Udeadenye. On Dian Deye, sorry, apologies, I'm very poor with names, retained his position as chief of defense intelligence. However, amidst the tension of Christian genocide claims by the United States President Donald Trump, Mr. Musa was called back and appointed as Minister of Defense. He replaced Mohamedou Badaru, who said he resigned on health grounds. 2 months later, 2 months later, the military confirmed the coup report, noting that the officers involved faced trial. Military sources spoke with correspondents, said investigators believe that Mr. Maji played a key role as a strategist in the coup plot, coordinating planning and logistics. Another source said Mr. Maji was strategic in his planning. So anyway, it goes round and out. So it's from Niger State, I think. Mr. Maji, whose service number is XYZ, was born on the 1st of March 1976. A Nupe native from Idati, local government area of Niger State. He began his military training, etc. So it goes on through his history. So essentially, this would have been your president. That's the upshot of it. You know, they were actually saying that they were actually planning the coup for the inauguration day. As Buhari was handed over, they were just going to shoot. Yes, let me bring it to you from here. It says exclusive. Suspected coup plotters are planned to truncate Buhari's handing over to Tinubu. So that was the moment that they were going to strike. Actually, they weren't even happy for Tinubu to be president for a moment. It says, as Nigerians prepared for the transfer of power on the 29th of May 2023, a group of military officers were quietly plotting to overthrow the country's democracy and assassinate key political figures. Correspondents gathered that the coup plotters planned to violently disrupt the handover of power from the former President Muhammadu Buhari to President Bola Tinubu. Sources said the failed plot was allegedly masterminded by Al-Hassan Maji, a colonel with service number XYZ, born on the 1st of March 1976. The Nupe native from Niger State started, they go through, it says the coup was initially scheduled for the 29th of May 2023 during the presidential inauguration. However, the plan was suspended due to insufficient funds and inadequate logistical arrangements, as sources said. So there it is right there. If Tinubu makes it through his own 8-year term, it will be a miracle. I don't think the Fulanis I don't think they can handle Tinubu for 8 years. So Ludo shuts down Onitsha market for observing IPOB sit-at-home directive. So that was what the new IPOB chief was riding against. How Tinubu saw, okay, so I think we've already just gone through that. All right. All right, so that's what we have. If anybody wants to come in. I'll send the link into the comment section. If you want to share thoughts about this or any other topic of your choosing, then just come in. And whilst you're doing that, please make sure you're liking and subscribing and all that funky stuff. So that's the link to the comment section. You can come in. What clips do I have for you? Oh, I've got these. Anthony Joshua has come out to speak, and this is what he has to say.
How's it going, everyone? I trust you're all well. I hope you're all well. So, I'm here in front of a camera. Unfortunately, I'm not speaking to all of you people live. If you know my character, I'll much prefer to do that, but there's what I want, and then there's reality. So this is the best way I could reach out to all of you far and wide, worldwide, who are showing so much love, care, support through that tragic, traumatic time where we lost Lats and Sina in Nigeria. Look, the last time I spoke to you guys was in Miami. You know, we had so many plans to wrap up 2025, and we were on a mission. We went back home, went to see our families, and everything just got flipped upside on its head. And yeah, it's God's the best planner. We can't plan. We can plan to the best of our capabilities, but you know, that was such an unforeseen circumstance that was out of all of our controls. And not only did I not even want to talk about myself, not only did their parents, their uncles, their cousins, their friends, and myself lose like two great men. We lost people that we dearly care about and that have been like major players in all of our lives, major players in all of our lives. It's tough, it's really tough. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and show all of my emotions. I know in today's day and age, it's easy to micro-analyze people and, you know, pass judgment, but, you know, I know what I feel, and that's all that matters to me. I know what my duty is. You know, they're my brothers, they're my friends, first and foremost. Then we became business partners, we became hustlers, we became lieutenants, we became generals, we became everything. We became housemates, we were living together. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame, but so there's that side of things. And then what can I say? One day my time will come, and I'm not scared either, at all. It's actually comforting knowing that I've got two brothers on the other side. You know, I've lost people before, but I don't think I've lost people like that, my left and my right, you know. Throughout this like journey that I've been on, you know, it's not easy, but I didn't even realize that I'm the big guy, you know what I mean? But I was walking with giants, man, that kept me protected, kept me shielded. But the mission must go on. I understand my duty. I understand, like, what they wanted to do for their families. So what my goal is to continue to help them achieve their goals. Even though they may not be here in the physical, when I pray at night, when I pray in the morning, I know spiritually they're going to aid me through, because it's not just physical strength that will get me through. It's going to take a lot of strength from the higher power. So I'm going to definitely be saying my prayers, and I'm going to help them fulfill their dreams for their families. Not only me, there's a whole team of us, the whole brotherhood, a whole sisterhood that will be helping fulfill their legacy and fulfill their dreams. But I know in my corner of the world, I know what I'm going to be doing, and I know what we're going to do to continue their, I don't want to say legacy, because I had a lot of those questions during my fight in Miami. How does this affect your legacy, legacy? It ain't about legacy, it's just doing what's right. And I know what I'm gonna do what's right for them. I know what I gotta do. So yeah, I'm gonna do what's right by them. I'm gonna do what's right by their family. It's about what's important to me. And they're very important players, very important team members, very important friends, and two of my brothers. So yeah, I don't think I mentioned the love and appreciation. It's all acknowledged by me, by them, by their families. 100% we acknowledged the thousands and maybe going into millions around the world that showed so much love to them both. I still can't get my head around, like, just my two friends, yeah, how popular, like, that's mad to me, because we just grew up like together, and then I'm like, wow, how, you know? Because I've known them as my friends, but they've built such strong characters over the years. So they must have really spent time working on themselves and bettering themselves and becoming the men they were today. And I'm sure their parents 100% are proud of them, because I am. So yeah, I just want to say thank you. We heard, we saw the messages, the tweets, the social media, the YouTubes, the prayers. It's all been acknowledged. So yeah, we know what we're gonna do. Mama Lats, Mama Sina, Papa Lats, Papa Sina, one love. You know, out here representing. This message is not only on behalf of me, this is on behalf of their families. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for the love worldwide. Continue, don't let it stop. And for anyone out there that's lost a son, a brother, one love to you, like, yeah. From us to you, we're sending that love straight back. And what more can I say? Thank you.
So there it is right there. I wonder what relevance the 6 minutes 6 second is. So that was Anthony Joshua coming to speak to what happened in Nigeria over the December period. I'm not quite sure. You know, I don't think he should have come out this early, but what do I know? I think it's too early for him to come out. And then I'm not even sure what came across there. The one thing that he did document was that he was going to take on responsibility for the families of these people, his friends that lost their lives. But the thought I had, actually, so he was involved in that accident. They were all in the same vehicle. The accident was so impactful that 2 people lost their lives, and he emerged relatively unscathed. You know, no real injury, no, you know, maybe he was shaking a little bit, maybe a bruise here and there. It's quite a curious thing. But I'm not quite sure why he came out or even what he was saying, you know, but, you know, so that was Anthony Joshua anyway, coming out to speak, but I thought it was too early for him to have come out, but there he is nevertheless. I'll play the Kegite music, and then we'll see if anybody turns up for the conversation.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. come o. Apa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, AY. Hopefully he's there. Otherwise, we have an early night. AY.
Hey, woman. You are trying really. Even you are trying, man. I think it should be 2-3 a.m. in your place now.
It's exactly 2:53 where I am now.
Yeah. That's a lot of stuff. I mean, you used to come in earlier or in the morning time.
Yes, the dynamics of my house has changed somewhat.
Okay.
We used to have somebody that used to help out with the kids, but then
employ me now. Let me come to London and be helping you now.
Why should be under your employment? But she had to go back to Nigeria, which then squeezed. Squeezed the dynamics of us. So until we rebalance it, then of course the house has to be quiet before I'm able to come out. So,
that's why living in Nigeria is good, man.
Oh God, my guy,
the blessing in that country. We just throw it away.
you live in Canada. I don't know what your experience is. You probably live a grand life. I'm not suffering in the UK as well. I have to say I'm not suffering.
I'm in the US,
but I feel imprisoned.
Yeah.
Like you said, if I was in Nigeria, the whole house will be full.
Bro,
even for the children to come and give you a hug, it will be impossible. So many people taking care of them. Oh God, this is where we're fighting now. I want to be able to go to that country and live, but I can't,
You will not understand, man. In the US, I have a friend that is he's a multi-millionaire in dollars. Like when he's in America, I laugh at him every time. He cook by himself. Sometimes we'll go buy food in one restaurant, we get tired of buying food. Like in Nigeria,
imagine somebody like me, somebody of my build and stature, going to the market to go and be pricing. The woman will look at me funny. Daddy, daddy,
a friend of mine.
But yeah, I do all the shopping. If I'm shopping, everybody else is shopping. Oh God,
Nigeria, if you have money, you are the boss, man. Like they do everything for you, everything. But I know that one has its own disadvantage too, because you are lazy, you are doing nothing.
No, but you don't have to be lazy. You can only be lazy by choice. But the insulation that family offers you,
Oh yeah. If I go to Nigeria, they don't let me touch anything. I'm like, I'm doing this thing in America. So what the heck? They don't let me touch. It's sad though. But one day we'll fix that country. We'll move back. That's
do you know my ideal life? My ideal life is to live somewhere in Oyo, somewhere just within where I come from.
You have
and
big
then
compound.
No, a reasonable compound, but like it's like a garden house. So I have chicken, a vegetable patch at the back.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be the palm wine tapper goes to drop my palm wine. The children will call me Uncle London. You know, and then I do experimental farming with birds, you know, and then maybe write books. That would be my perfect life. But
Nigeria is sweet too.
I'm wearing three coats to chase away the cold. You have a thermal underwear and all of this stuff. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, good to have you, my guy.
Yeah. Greetings, everyone. So, what exactly is the topic you're really dealing with tonight?
Yes, I started off with this now new incarnation of the Biafra narrative, which is now some guy called Ogechukwu Nkere, who is as clownish as the rest of them. And then the name of the cool guy comes out, Magaji, his name, or Maji, his name, it might have well be Magaji, another random Fulani who wants to kill and then opportunize. You know, so and then we're talking about the succession plans because the new wave of the old names are coming back into mainstream politics. Iyabo Obasanjo joins the APC. Abba Abubakar Atikuson joins the APC. Yemsin Wike wants to slot his son into the House of Reps. Dave Umais. So all this next generation of the same names are coming in. And there seems to be somewhat of a backlashing against that. But if politics is the family business, then politics is the family business. So those or anything else that interests you?
Yeah. The first one, the Biafra thing. To be honest, I feel this Biafra agitation thing is just a joke with these boys around. I think if there, when I would take these people seriously is when you have the people that know what they are doing, the educated and the politicians, you know. We have very intelligent people in the East. Even people like all the Kanu is quite brilliant. You know, you have Frackley that usually come with Dr. Damages. In the politician, you have the likes of what was this man name from Abia? Senator Abaribe. You have a lot of people, but I think if you want to fight for this Biafra thing, you can fight it without throwing a bullet. This is my own personal thinking. Where the politician, the parliamentarian from the East are gonna come forward to try and throw a bill, you know, at least fight for something. Let people see you fighting for something in the legal way, you know, then I think people will take them more serious. The governors get involved. I don't personally have issue with any group try to fight for their independence. My only problem, like I said to them the last time, is when they discussing about this Biafra thing, I personally believe any Biafra agitation that is cutting across the 5 eastern states, I think it's a fraud. They should not include any region that does not belong to the Igbos. That's where I have problem, because you cannot on one side say that Nigeria is a British construct, whereas the old Biafra, that is the old eastern region, it is a British construct. When you bring this to them, the argument is like, oh, there is nothing like South. There is nothing. I'm like, you need to stop. Yeah, I want justice for every part of the country. I also want justice for myself. So Biafra, if you agitate for Biafra, don't include any non-Igbo speaking people. You need to stop that nonsense. I feel it's really nonsense. So if you are doing that, there is no. I will take you You are very unserious. But if the Southeasterner, they sees they want to leave Nigeria with 5 states, I will really support them. I will support them, give them referendum. If the Yorubas want to live with their state, I will support them, give them referendum. I just want everybody to be at peace. But don't include region that is not yours. That's my position on that.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that there's an actual agitation for Biafra? Do you believe there's an agitation for Biafra?
There is an agitation. So
you see, I don't believe that there's an agitation.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you. Yes, I get your point, right? The expectation is for you to see the governor, see their representative fighting for Biafra. Yeah, that one. I like it. Like when I see that, I will take them more seriously because but right now the way they're doing it's making them look unserious. You know, it's making them look unserious. I want to see at least go to the Senate, go to the rep, and actually fight for demand for a referendum. You know, at least have the discussion. Let's know that okay, they are even serious in agitating for this cause. But right now, what you see is just some non-state actors going online, just running their mouth. You know, that's what you see.
Why? There's a particular phrase that comes out of Warri. That is, I'm not sure if you've ever heard it before. They call it Guy Man. Have you heard it before?
Yeah, Guy Man. Yeah, of course.
All right. Okay. So you see this whole Biafra thing. I've never for 1 second taken it seriously. If you look at the actors that are agitating, look at Nnamdi Kanu. We know his history now. He was an estate agent selling 2x4 in London, and then he was fighting for northern women. We saw him at the Nigerian embassy in London, and then he wanted the confederation, and then how the money is going is how they bring him in. They float was that. So Nnamdi Kanu is just a nonsense guy now, but even more nonsensical is Simon Ekpa.
Yeah,
who on this planet would look at Simon Ekpa and say that he stands for anything meaningful or something? He's just a chancer now. He's a guy man now.
Yeah.
So these are just, I can never take it. They're just too rude. They're just a completely ridiculous bunch.
Yeah, they were making money from this agitation. The lack of service, Simon Ekpa. That is why you see them. They are also fighting for who become the so-called prime minister of Biafra Ineza. Their interest is just to look for money. They're looking for money. That is, if you really want to fight for this cause, if 5 Eastern governors can come up, have a press conference, demand for referendum, at least let's start from there. Let the House of Rep members, the senators from the East, demand for referendum. Let's have the discussion. I would really love to have the discussion. I want every region to have their independence, but this is not the way to go. In all honesty,
you know the people actually agitating for Biafra. Do you know who they are?
What do you mean they are? Like they are
the
from the
people
East.
that are actually agitating for Biafra are the Yorubas.
Yoruba nation says
because the Yorubas don't want Yoruba nation. They want Biafra. Do you know why?
Why?
Because they want the Igbos out. They do. They want them out of their region. They want them to get lost and clear off.
When you want to have the discussion on Dr. Damages, you see people, they just get emotional, unnecessary, because they will never let you. They don't want to hear anything. They just behaving like kids, a lot of them. Because if you really want to have this conversation, right? Nigeria can have conversation. There is nothing wrong with that. I'm telling them, if you really want Nigeria to have peace, you want to really separate Nigeria, you have to break it into 6. First of all, there is no minority group in Nigeria that should be merged with any majority group. Yoruba can go, Igbo can go, Hausa Fulani can go. The minority in the north, let them have their station. The minority in the south, let them have their station. This is my own personal belief. But when they are speaking, you hear stuff like there is nothing like South region is even larger than your region. They have 6 states in the South. So I'm telling them, I just believe they just behave like kids most time on that spot. You see, okay, how can you? I asked them, why are you not doing sit at home in Rivers? Go to Rivers, go to Delta, go to Edo, go and do sit at home and see if they will not slaughter you. So it doesn't make sense to me. I think
Woman, can I ask you and your guest a question?
Yeah, there are only 4 of us here now. It's not my guest, so is it why now? You know him, it's your friend.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, so first of all,
that's rational mind.
Rational mind. Mm-hmm.
So you one man, yes. So to you one man, who are these Yorubas that said that you just concoct on your own? I don't know where you get into something. Who are these Yorubas that wanted the Igbos out, that wanted them to have their Biafra? Who are these Yorubas? That's for you. And then our friend, you're talking about the Biafrans, the IPOBs. They seem to be like wanting to get lands not formally part, that was not once part of their lands. Now, according to the 1960 map, before the whole crap that came in with the military, what was this? What was the size of that region before the military created the 12 states? What was the size?
Okay.
Now, hold on. Who are these ethnic groups that are non-Igbos, but that were part of the old Eastern region? So that's the question I want to ask you.
Okay,
so
I'm going to.
First of all, answer that question for me. Then your guest can answer the second question, please.
It's not a guest any more than you are. It's one of the stakeholders of the platform. It's OG. Look, rational mind. I look. We all know. If we want to do a poll, actually, I think you'll find overwhelmingly the Yorubas are fed up with the excesses that they're getting from their southeastern cousins, and they're calling time on their welcomeness in Yoruba land.
Who are these
And
Yorubas?
if you're on the social media, it's quite clear and glaring.
No, I'm asking you, who are these Yorubas you're talking about? Who are these Yorubas you're talking about?
The middle class Yorubas, which is the most worrying.
What?
The middle class Yorubas.
Oh, come on, what man? It's okay. Let me just let you.
It's all over social media. I think everybody has picked it up. You may not have, but everybody has picked it up.
You see. Okay, let me let the AY flow.
Okay, let me help you. Let me help you with that. One more, please. Give me some minutes. So, in Nigeria, right? The first thing British did was the joining the North and the South together. That was the first thing. That was a British construct. Then they divided the South into two, attaching minority, what you call the Bede state, Edo and Delta, to the Southwest, to the Yorubas. They attached the other minority, the Ibibio, Efiok, Ijo, and to the Southeast. So the old Southeast was a British construct. The only region Nigeria ever created was the Midwest. So now the agitation of the IPOB and the Biafra, for example, is that Nigeria was put together by the British. So we need to go. You need to give us our country. But you are okay. You want the old Southeast that made up the Biafra, the so-called Biafra. You want that region to remain because you have benefit. So what I'm not asking for, what I'm saying, the old Southeast don't need to remain. Don't forget, we moved from the old Southeast. Now we have 6 regions in the country. You have in the South, we have the Southeast, we have the South-South, we have the Southwest. So the right thing to do as at 2026 is these regions to be independent. So there is no need a Southeasterner will be claiming a land. It has never been their land, the South land. The South is 6 states, comprising of a lot of states. And don't forget, even the middle belt was dissolved. So you have states instead of regions. That's where you have the Edo, the Delta, you have the rivers now, you have Akwa Ibom, Cross River, like that. So these are 6 regions that make up a region. So why are you claiming them? Because what's your reason for claiming them? So the right thing to do, if you really want peace, let the middle belt or the minority in the north, call them the middle belt, cut across from the Sata Kaduna, let them be one country. What is wrong with that? Then when you come to the south, let the minority in the south, let them have their own country so they are able to manage themselves. No tribe is dominating anybody. But Igbo can go, Yoruba can go. This is very easy, quite easily done. I don't know what is confusing you there.
You know, I endorse your response, AY. People look at Nigeria from independence, like independence was ground zero, or the colonial intersection, like that was ground zero. Nigeria predates the European experience now, and all of these cultures predate those experiences as well. They were established cultures before they were forced into something that they did not have a buy-in into. And the Equere man has been an Equere man for 500,000 years. So, and he has never considered himself Igbo. So the fact that the Europeans created a region just don't then make them Igbo. These people want to claim Ondo, they want to claim Benue.
Yeah.
Because maybe they even want to claim, maybe they want to claim Oyo-Alaafin, I don't know.
Let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you. If there is any region that can lay claim to a place, it's supposed to be Yoruba. Because if you look at Kwara, there is no reason why Kwara should be in the north. Even based on the demography, there is no reason why Kwara should be in the north. Kwara should be a Yoruba state. You don't get to hear Yoruba claiming those regions. If you go to Kogi's west is all Yoruba. That whole place they are Yoruba speaking people. So you don't get to hear the Yoruba claiming this region. So you gotta be fair. You want justice, you gotta give justice. You gotta be fair to everybody, let everybody live in peace. So those that want to leave, I mean, you can leave. In my opinion, let people have referendum if they want to have referendum. Yeah, that's
all right, brilliant. Do you want to take us to this space then of the succession plans of politicians and their children?
Yeah, that will always happen. Actually, you are just noticing this now. This has been going on in a lot of states, a lot of Nigerian politicians. Their children are in politics. Some couple of them are in House of Rep. Some even try to make their children governors. For example, the former governor of Jigawa State, what's his name? His son contested to be a governor, and one contested to be House of Rep. Actually, they both failed because of the APC that swept across that place. It will continue because the reason why this will continue is, apart from the education, they have the resources too. Nigeria politics is all about money and connection. The only way the people can really stop them is to have a very strong electoral system, which I still think is going to be, that should be a starting point of rebuilding Nigeria. We have to have a very genuine electoral reform in such a way that the power will belong to the people. What you have now, the power does not belong to the people. These people you are calling, look at Sheyi, even Sheyi want to contest for Lagos State governor. If they give him ticket, he can win because you don't even have the money to compete with Sheyi. It's few people that will have the money. His father money is there. He's a billionaire. They have money to play around. Not only have money. Nigeria politics is very capital intensive. So you need a lot of resources. Not only resources. You that is doing little business here, or you have 9 to 5, or let's say, for example, you are worth, say, $500,000. You're not gonna play with your money, man. You're not gonna go play with your money where you know that if you go broke, you are just gonna suffer.
Do you know what struck me, AY, in that piece by Rice TV? They were going through the list of all the, and then they got to Dave Umai's son. They said it was it's picked up an application to become a local government chairman, which is good. That's a good starting.
That's
base.
a good start. Yeah.
But you know what struck me? They said it was 30 million naira.
Oh yeah. It's very expensive. So So how many?
That's just for the application. No, never mind. It will cost you maybe 100 million naira to capture a local government chairman's slot.
Yeah.
Because you still have to campaign, you have to do your bribing and all of this sort of incidental, all these expenses. 30 million naira just for a local application form.
So one man with the local government, right? Sincerely, there is no election. Don't forget about local government. Once the governor approve you as the local government chairman, is done. That collective form is just it's just a show off. That's just the honest truth. This is what is going on with the local government. But that is why I was referring to the electoral system. I want to see a Nigeria where the local government would be independent, the real independent, not this one they are doing. Because even with the court judgment, they are still collecting local government money. So if you have a system that will also checkmate the local government chairman, one area I think we can develop very fast is through the local government. If you have a system that is working, I believe you will see people from abroad with experience. They will sacrifice their time, say, you know what, I'm going to local government to contest. I want to help in building my local government. So I think that will work. From there, you can move to other positions. I think Dave Umai, what he's really doing is more like, okay, let him start from here. Before you know, he moves it to House of Rep. Before you know, their target is gonna be he want to repeat, he want to be governor again. So these things happen, but it's just sad. It's difficult to fight with them because they have the resources. Trust me, they do. And you know there is poverty in the country. So when you give people money, they are gonna follow you. Trust me, they are gonna follow you. They have money to play with.
What about Wike pushing his 25-year-old son into the House of Reps?
If that guy if he's really courtesy for us House of Rep, that is a big disappointment. That guy does not have any single experience.
He did his graduation just last year.
So I mean, you can push him into House of Assembly, let him start from there, or into local government, let it. But if you push him into House of Rep, it doesn't make sense. At least
do you think he's trying to fast track him to the River State State House?
You see, the only reason why you see people looking at Wike has offended a lot of people. People are just waiting for the right time to actually hit him very hard. Wike does not know that. The only thing that is covering Wike now is Tinubu. If Tinubu release Wike is not making money. Wike will not be able to do politics in Rivers because he has stepped on too many toes. They are going to hit him very hard. They're waiting for that opportunity, trust me. So that day will come. Is the children, they might actually suffer it. They are going to deal with him because he has offended too many people. He thinks power is forever. He doesn't know power is just temporary. This is where I think he's getting it very wrong.
All right, brilliant. AY, Hassan is in Lagos, so which will put him at about 4:20 a.m. So
Hassan is here?
Hassan is here, yes.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's falling asleep, who knows? He usually interjects. So let's see if we can tease Hassan into a comment. But on our way to Hassan, let us encourage people to please like and subscribe. We're after 18 new subscribers. I think only one person has done it so far. So take us to that number very quickly. 18 new people to subscribe, just to tip us over a particular threshold. Hassan, what go on? So no Megida.
One man.
Why are you sounding so energized at 4 a.m. in the morning?
Hey, Hassan,
well, I've been up since around 1 a.m. Had my bath. I am working on some documents. I'm reading up on some stuff.
Hey, why you? Hassan, you are in Lagos?
No, I'm not in Lagos. I'm in Abuja, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Ikuko niru agbese.
But you say Ikuko niru agbese. This Maji guy, he was intending Iku for Tinubu now. You know what really
for Kashim too. It's Tinubu do you that you know me. It's Kashim that I know.
Yes,
so
and Fabio wanted
Tinubu,
to wipe them all
let
out.
me deal with my Kashim.
No, but before you deal with him, what actually surprised me was that they were actually meaning to strike when Buhari handed over. So what would have been their justification for that?
When Buhari
handed over,
when Buhari handed over, how?
Yes, let me show you. The original plan was to carry out that coup on the inauguration day.
It was Labour Party people that were, singing that song, if you remember.
How do you mean?
Didn't you hear when Dati and Obi were saying the military should do the Tinubu should
yeah, but that was latterly now. Look at this one. It says suspected coup plotters plans to truncate Buhari's handing over to Tinubu. So it was at that inauguration ceremony that they were planning
it's within that space now. After announcing Tinubu, before handing over, that was when they ratcheted up this rhetoric. I want you to see that connection. You don't see it.
Okay. No, I see it now. So they were going to use the obedience refusing to accept.
One man, you'll be surprised when the civilian names begin to come out. And it's politicians. Let me just tell you the truth.
But the only politician they've called is
Timmy Silva, right?
Even Timmy Silva, they have not yet actually divulged his name in clear terms. If you notice, they are doing like this with it. So as far as the people wearing uniform, there are rules of engagement and the military code of conduct and their court martialing and all that is already set in stone. But
I heard people say that yesterday. I don't think they are gonna try them in the civil court.
Nah lie.
No, Femi Falana is.
I don't want to hear anything na firing squad. See,
no, this one will be different. Just watch, you will see.
No, we have laws. Now. They are not civilians now. There is we have military justice is different. The moment you are commissioned as an officer and you take an oath, you are now living by two different and concurrently running constitutions, like the military code of conduct and then the Nigerian constitution at the same time, and you are all bound to them. So that is why you are held at a higher moral standard. Honor, integrity, sacrifice, all those fancy words that are associated with serving, especially in the military, apply to you. So the standard, especially if you are a commissioned officer, and most of them are commissioned officer, they are not from the rank and file. So
okay.
Yes. So let me just tell you this, okay? There has been mutinies in the GOC 7 division in Nigerian Army. At the last count, within the last 12 years, there has been 16 separate incidents of mutiny. And out of all those 16 separate incidents, like 9 of them were convicted for mutiny, and some served life imprisonment. Some were sentenced to death by hanging, and then I don't know what happened to them. Some were given clemency and released. But then I heard on very, very reliable ground that some of them were actually hanged. Yes, they were actually hanged, but and they are not going to publicize it, and all that. It is essential to make an example of them. The whole country depends on it. What's the benefit of punishment, law and punishment, if it is not executed? Punishment serves as a deterrence for future crime. So it is important. If we begin to overlook these things, then we are sowing the seed of them.
But what about the political window, though? This particular window we're under now.
One man, we can delay, we can delay, and that is one of the reasons why you are not hearing the politicians names actually.
Do you have anybody you are thinking is involved?
And why would I say that online, even if
They said a retired general was one of the main sponsors, but they didn't name him.
More others men, so they really wanted to fight like this.
one man, the retired general.
It was meant to be a blood fest, It was going to be. They were going to take down Tinubu, Shetima, Akpabio, Abbas, and everybody else, and all the service chiefs. They're just going to wipe them all out.
Who will assemble that day? It is the whole apparatus of the Nigerian government, judiciary, legislature, and the executive, all in one. Do you know the magnitude of that? My God. We actually survived. We just I don't know. It's a miracle that there's something about Nigeria, that there is God's hand in it, and I seriously believe that the mere fact that we are dodging these bullets. This, I will not even say bullets. I will say right now is RPG. No, I will not say it's ICBMs that we've been dodging for us to survive. I think God has planned something good for Nigeria, and that is why no matter the odds, somehow we tend to prevail. But let me say this: those military guys do not have the finances to actually execute. They were sponsored. And another thing too that is making the government cautious is links to foreign triple letter agencies that are not Nigeria. Yeah, so you have to understand the minefield that the Nigerian government is navigating, and there are a lot of sensitivities in the West and in the Americas, and all those people that are actually vying for, and you'd be surprised. It's not even. I have been hearing commentaries on southern platforms like your own, like a lot of Igbo YouTubers and people who they don't even understand what is going on. This coup is about resources, bauxite, gold, lithium, and rare earth minerals. It's about that. You don't let anybody deceive you.
Yeah.
They will not come out and say it, but at the core of it, that is what it is. It's not even about what people are even actually.
Why were they denying it initially? So I was in Abuja when this thing
Yes,
happened, right? In fact, as a matter of fact, we drove past Aso Rock. When you see the military in that area,
That's brigade.
everywhere was mapped.
Yeah, it's the Guards Brigade.
I knew something was going on, but they come online, they try to deny it. They could have said like, "Oh, there was an attempt on," I don't know, but it was a big mistake.
Do you know the common line that triple letter agencies use? I cannot confirm or deny.
Yeah, right.
Plausible deniability. So you have to understand that this is not just a police operation where they'll just come and say, and especially the Nigerian police.
But all the listed names are northerners, though.
Yeah, look, if you wear that uniform, you deserve every disgrace and dishonor that you can get. You have to understand that, one man. So
how do they think you would have panned out without triggering a response from the South, especially Yoruba land?
They are not looking at the South, they are looking at their handlers from the three-letter agencies. You don't understand. If they were not
I think one man is not getting that, man.
One man is too myopic. I had him and Baba, and they are just thinking too narrowly. They can't expand to see that Nigeria is not that they are Southwest and that they are Yoruba economy of Lagos that they think is the all and be all and Eden and paradise and all that. Nigeria is beyond that too. And look at the level of countries that are having interest over Nigeria: UAE, Turkey, United States, China, Russia. Let me not just say too much.
Yeah, there is a lot of interest, but I feel.
Go ahead.
So even at this point, the federal government are also messing up big time in terms of these resources, right? Because the resources from the crude oil, we are not getting 50% of it. Now you have gold in the north, you have gold in Osun State, you have other mineral resources in Nasarawa and in other areas, even in Kaduna.
Yeah,
this is why I feel at this point I would have really loved Nigeria to either
the federal government wants to survive, right?
Right.
Okay, so some Tomahawks missile, those Tomahawks missiles were not for Christians.
Of course, we know.
But the one man and his people and their usual agenda of hating Muslims and all that, were happy jubilating and all that. They
don't mind one man, no.
If you see the way they were just merry and enjoying that,
sincerely,
they think it's about them and they are
sincerely, you see this.
I was disappointed in the level of sophistry that the Southerners say that they are educated, they have PhDs, blah blah blah.
No, it doesn't matter.
Look, Hassan. Everybody knows the global perspective of all
not
of this.
Everybody. No, lie. This is revisionist and on hindsight.
Hold on. Everybody knows the global perspective of a lot of these things, but people try to isolate to their localized nuance because that's where the impact is. The global agenda is the global agendas now, and the movers of the global space are the movers of the global space. There's always a counterbalancing of our competing interests, and that plays out still in Nigeria If there wasn't a counterbalancing, somebody else would have overrun
but
Nigeria.
why is it that
so
when we try to make the conversation nuanced, you jump on us and
but at the
make it look
localized
as
level is
no,
the
that is
malams that are the
hypocrisy.
problem at the localized level.
It's about truth and establishing the facts and the interconnectedness of why things happen at your locality. The butterfly effect is an example in physics that one action, just like domino, one domino can change, the course of history. So for you to just ignore the source of the problem is like for you now, no, not you, say somebody has a cancer, and that cancer has not yet metastasized. It is still look and has to be operated, and then you say no, let us not look at the cancer. Let's look at the metastasis that has already affected the lung and the liver and shutting down his endocrine system. That endocrine system is useless, is is barbaric, is what? Come on, that's just not logical.
Assad, when you hear me every time, my position on Nigeria is to regionalize the country is because of the hate. Nigerians, I see like it's few Nigeria you see that have that national outlook, that really love the country, love everybody in there. Because Nigeria is beautiful. Because look at the culture. I personally really love Nigeria to be together with the different culture. Nigeria is beautiful, trust me.
Nigeria
But the
is
way the
paradise.
hate, especially the three major tribes, are the Fiona. They are the biggest problem of the country.
Fear them, fear
Yoruba,
them, see
Igbo,
them,
Hausa, Fulani, Omo.
see them.
Sincerely,
Like it's like we don't exist
you,
among them,
you see
and
what you see what you see Dr. Damage, what people go through every day. Like people just believe their country, their region is just the only thing that ever existed. Me, I love it. I see every
look at
region.
look at
Sorry,
it
let
this
me finish,
way.
Ola.
AY, we are just discussing, but let me paint another picture, right? Okay, look,
No,
okay.
Azam, before you pay another picture, let me respond to AY if you don't mind.
Oga Ola, naive.
Ola, we have time to discuss. Don't worry, we will discuss it. We are not fighting. I did
salute, sir.
I'm not.
I don't have the whole mic, so
I throw away salute.
Hold on now. Sorry, everybody, hold on. You've been so quiet, rational mind. I've been we've forgotten that you were here.
Because we're obedient now, right? I'm obedient, so I don't count, right? So
no. You're usually quiet. Are you working as you're listening to the? You're working.
I can multitask, so there's no problem.
No. I was wondering why you were so quiet. So that's
when I ask my two questions and you guys just give your kind of question, you answer
the answer.
So
yes.
So I just let me keep quiet.
Rational mind, therefore, in boys on only which one be multitask? Multitask called multiladani.
I thought they said men can multitask anyway. Is that not the received wisdom?
Yeah, I never said that.
Men can multitask.
So, am I going after Hassan or am I waiting for Hassan or what?
No, you're waiting for Hassan. So Hassan,
for me, yeah.
Yes, Hassan, give us a couple more minutes. Let's have rational mind, and then we open it up.
Okay. Okay. So the point I was about to make is the fact that okay, when we go back and begin to discuss about what is really happening behind closed doors and in international cycles, and why the government is behaving the way it is behaving, you know that something is off. The communication is poor, and there was no need to expose things too much to the Nigerian public anyway. And you'd be surprised, like, do you think Fulani bandits are a match for Nigerian armed forces? They are not. they are not a match for the Nigerian armed forces. I think the presidency is compromised around what is happening with what those bandits are doing. They are like placeholders for an extractive industry that is a black market extractive industry. And the reason why it is left to fester is the fact that allegedly the presidency is fully aware of the players and is being given its own significant share of those resources, because of course they are not in there are no paper trail, so they don't get into budgets and all that, so they just look the other way. Now that aside, one point I will just make, then I will just keep quiet so that somebody can take it. Okay, look at it this way, right? When Buhari was in power, and a lot of Southerners were calling him Mumu, Baba go slow, whatever. Now, even at his death, Buhari has shown that he is more sophisticated and has a more in-depth understanding of power. Power has symbolic interaction. Nobody needs to tell you verbatim that this is this, that this is this, before you take precautionary action and behave accordingly. Buhari had a smooth, wonderful relationship with Donald Trump, to the point that Donald Trump, even after the nonsense, the things that he said about him being lifeless and all that, when Buhari went to him, the exchange was pleasantry, and Buhari navigated his way, got the super Tucanus, got favorable deals. But look at your Tinubu, the epitome of Lagos, the Jagaban, the Maradona of blah, 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 the Yoruba Odudua of everything that has ever lived on earth, being the first person to allow our space to be bombed because he doesn't understand the nuances of navigating international diplomatic politics. Let me tell you something, an example. Look, just two things. In the first tenure, in the military dispensation of Buhari, Buhari used Mossad agents to almost kidnap Umaru Dikko, smuggle him into the Nigerian Airways plane waiting at the tarmac. I think it's in Gatwick or wherever, to get him up until at the die minute that his secretary raised an alarm. That would have been a successful operation. And Buhari actually got Nnamdi Kanu, not in Nigeria. He had him set up, got him, and brought him back to Nigeria. Do you think your Tinubu can navigate that? Tinubu is not.
What is stopping Tinubu from navigating that?
Well, he hasn't proven that he is that astute. If for one thing, if he were that astute,
what situation presents
Trump would have not bombed Nigeria, because all Trump was doing at that time with the Christian thing was symbolic interaction, and Tinubu did not pick up what he needed to do in time. So Tinubu's understanding.
No. That's your interpretation.
Just let me finish. I don't want you to. Don't let me. Just let me finish. You can disagree. His understanding of how diplomatic power is wielded relative to your leverage is so minuscule and pedestrian. I think he is learning on the way, but he's not yet there. And for one thing that
how can he be learning? And you are saying
he wanted to launch a war to Niger. It backfired, made Niger and Burkina Faso and Mali left ECOWAS. He all sort of diplomatic international blunders that Tinubu has done. That is not to rubbish some of his
Are you sure your
achievements
name
at
is
home.
not Chinedu?
No,
Are you sure
no,
your name is not
wait.
Chinedu?
I'm not rubbishing his achievements at home.
Are you not?
I'm pointing
You
out
would have surprised me.
his deficiencies abroad. You must not take Tinubu as some form of deity. He's human, for God's sake. He can make mistakes. So when he makes those mistakes, let's point it out. So
yes, but you've chosen to identify it as mistakes.
We might be aboki to you, but believe you me, in the grand scheme of things, these abokis that you think
Buhari was the biggest failure yet in Nigeria's history.
That's how you see it.
I second that one, man.
That's your opinion. For me, Buhari is
Azan.
one of the reasons that I'm still here right now talking to you. So it's just subjective.
Buhari was the worst mumu, you understand, in the history of Nigeria leadership. You know what he did actually? He painted his people.
If I call Tinubu one name now, okay, make I just
no. You should feel free to call Tinubu name. You should call him name. Actually,
it's not about calling him name. You know, I've talked about the northern leaders. You know,
enter the discussion now.
No, okay. The reason that when you are giving him all this accolade, you are not
saying I'm trying to rewrite history. He's trying to historize a non-fictional event. Like you don't know who Buhari was. He's the worst human being ever.
Mr. Orange blonde demented.
Hold on, Alaji. You will see that I've never talked of any number one leaders from the north just the way I've never described them the way I would describe Buhari. You know, you see this, your Buhari you are talking about, he has exposed what Nigeria were doubting in the past just because of this. You know, he put his people in a very tight and bad situation to the point that everybody now, including Awusa, Yukun, everybody, Fulani, you know, before everybody was doubting. So you that put you pin your people to the point of being endangered.
And Hausa people and all other northern ethnic groups in problem, not the Fulani. Buhari,
but everyone points to Fulani now.
So in that sense, he did not help. All
right. There's a lot you said, Hassan, that I disagree with, but I want to bring. Okay, chime in, and then we bring in Rational Mind because I think he's getting impatient a little bit. Yeah.
Rational Mind can go to bed, but anyways,
he's already in bed now. He doesn't have anybody to cuddle up to now, so there's no point in him going to bed.
You know, Hassan said a lot of things, man. He just fictional. You know. He tried to historize a non-event. But anyway, with the issue of Buhari getting to Kanu jet or whatever he got, we all know Trump, if anything, is transactional. The way he described Buhari, like I'm not even going to go there, but to pretend like Buhari had a diplomatic or diplomacy in his way he interacted with Trump or any other leader for that matter is just comical. Trump will sell you any damn thing. Okay, it's all about money. The question is, if he was so diplomatic and so great in negotiation, did he get those to come to jet for free? Well, that would be news. If that would have been news, actually, that would be quite impressive. But they paid for it. Am I mistaken here? So trying to just meander and say Buhari is this and that is come on. We all know who Buhari was. That was a spineless leader. No vision, no nothing. And I knew it was going to be a failure anyways, because
even Trump described him as a retard.
So are you
when it came to power the first time? Hold on, relax. When it came to power the first time, you know, it came at the barrel of a bullet.
Since you guys are complaining about Buhari and Tinubu, should we try Peter Obi this time?
Hold on, guys. When it came to power the first time around, when it came to power the first time around, it came by the barrel of the bullet.
See,
can I talk now?
AY, you are just committing a treasonable offense. Which would be? I beg.
All right, Rational Mind.
I want to hear your point because this Americana Trumpist, I mean, I know they understand within the talk. I beg, I want to hear your own. I know see go land.
Well, of course, you're not going to understand because I'm not even talking to you anyway because you barely make any common sense anyway.
talking about Buhari. Anyone that comes around trying to defend Buhari like that dead animal. Anyway, I don't want to go there.
For all of his level of intellect.
I'm not about harming him. You know, I don't care wherever if you insult me. I can care less about that.
Please,
but trying to paint, you know, a hopeless human being for our leader as something that we all don't know. I mean, come on, why are you trying to make a fool out of anyways?
Buhari was Buhari was singularly the most retrograde step that country has made from independence.
Buhari is the reason why Nigeria still exists.
It is the worst.
You're right. You're right.
Move the conversation.
Yes.
But you know, see, I'm an equal opportunity offender. By the way, I don't give a damn who talks about Trump.
And yet
I don't care who talks about Trump.
You want to talk about the circumstances?
Fine, be quiet. If you talk, let me talk. I beg. I got 2 seconds. I got 2 seconds before Rational comes in. Okay.
No, Prince Daddy. Is it not interesting for him to say why Nigeria why Buhari let Nigeria exist? If
no, I don't want to expand that because I want to bring Rational Mind in. I think he's been saying.
We'll discuss it later. One man, let me remind you. I did see you play the tape of Peter Obi in Abuja.
You mean doing his something
he's
for
campaigning for his guy in Abuja.
Oh God. That wasn't flashing up in the news cycle, you know, but maybe you guys can talk about it. But Rational Mind, floor is yours.
All right, thank you, one man. Yeah, I great.
You know what usually happens when it's your time to speak, don't you, Rational Mind?
I know. I mean, I understand the platform that well.
All right. So the super chat of the day is Choma. We're after 18 new subscribers at Rational Mind, and we've only now had one. So anybody that is not subscribed, please do. We need 18 people subscribing today to tip us over a threshold. So do that, please, if you haven't done that already.
Yes.
Rational Mind, floor is yours.
Yeah, for our friends, our viewers listening to us from wherever you're listening to us from, we please implore you to to subscribe to a woman's platform. This is where you get some views of people of different mix. I have my view, he has his view, everybody has his view. You learn, we all learn together here, so nobody knows it all. So we please beg you to hit that subscribe button and also like. And when you do that, sometimes it helps to propel the algorithm so as to notify more people on YouTube. Yeah, having said that, woman, I want to take you because when you were having your talk with this friend AY at the beginning, and I was just wondering, I mean, when was the last? Well, you don't have to answer if you don't want to answer, but I will ask the question. When was the last time you were in Nigeria?
About 5-6 years ago, thereabout.
Okay. So since when Tinubu has been there, probably you've not been. I wonder if you ever there when Bubu was there. I doubt it.
Buhari was there when I was 5-6 years ago now.
Okay. I'll take you by what you said. But then things are entirely different from what it used to be. Even towards that time when Buhari, but towards the second time when his clansmen were just marauding around and just upsetting the whole place around. Nigeria is no longer the way Nigeria was left way back when. So when you were talking about going to sit down and plant corn and plant this, I was like, where was the last time you were home to understand that Nigeria is no longer that Nigeria used to know? You know, it's the level of decline in that country. I mean, I was there like a few months ago. I saw the whole crap. I mean, I even have video of you. I mean, I have video for you. I mean, I wish Baba and all the rest of them that comes here and just come here and just spin narratives here. I wish he will come here and then I will show you that pictures. I mean, even the video of that shit around about there. Go and see the heap of refuse that they dumped there. I was like, if I even made a video when I was coming from the airport. I was like, my goodness. Is this in Lagos? I mean, look at the whole of Adenoro was just all in darkness. I was like, what are you people talking about? We have some people come here and they start talking about Lagos, like Lagos is some kind of like Kuala Lumpur. I mean, where is this? Like Tokyo or whatever. I'm like, is this not the Lagos they're talking about? I mean, but then you say you want to go to Nigeria, you want to go and sit down in your embassy. I mean, what's the place there? your place there. And I mean, plant. What corn are you even planting? Who's going to let you plant the corn and have rest of mind? Is it where all this Fulani Ajinigbe? Is that where you want to go and be doing the business? You know, even people that have business, that have a farming business, a lot of them, they go around with securities. A lot of them do. They have police, with armed police, maybe vigilantes that escort them around. Even at that, you're not still safe. So sometimes when people come here, you just make this. So I just wonder, what Nigeria are you people talking about? This is the Nigeria that I went to recently, that I just saw the whole crap that some people come here and I just spin and just make it look like it's some kind of paradise. Well, I just pray God will bless. I mean, God will forgive all of you that come here and do all this crap that you come here and do every time. I leave it at that. So, my woman, feed me the topics. Let me just start with that first, please, if you don't mind. Are you there, woman? Or am I still here? Or am I just talking to myself?
I talk about the coup now. About
Okay,
the coup
cool.
against.
Right. So yeah. You see, I think they've said a lot about that coup. The coup thing, you know, when Sahara reporters broke that news, you know, some Ronukus, they were here. So some partified maniacs, they were here, and they were like, it's a lie. There's nothing like that. You see, when we say this Tinubu administration, you see, you cannot.
Nobody denies it.
No, don't give me that.
Denies
I've had people that are saying it online, even though maybe on your platform here, I'm on this platform.
But I did. Now nobody denied it. We were even actually angry. We were furious.
There were some partified maniacs that comes here and says it's a lie. It's no coup, because simply the government says there's no coup. But it comes to light that really, Sahara Reporters was right, that there was a coup. We even had what his name? Is it this guy that was working for, or was it what was the, I mean, this spokesperson for Tinubu? All the crap he was spewing, too. So you see, the thing is this: you see, when Tinubu government greets you good morning, you better go and check the clock very well and make sure that that good money is that good money, because this guy is just I just don't know how to. I mean, I'm getting even sick and tired of having to even describe him sometimes. I'm even lost of vocabulary to even use to describe his utter failure and ineptitude. So, but then, well, some people come in and look at what they're spinning now. I heard what you were saying a while ago that, oh, yeah, they've been planning that coup even from the very day when they were swearing him in. I was like, come on, dude. But the story says they were doing it the day when it was supposed to. What was that? On Independence Day. That was when they were supposed to carry out that coup. So people are now saying that they're now spinning the narrative so as to rope somebody that they know that once said something. At least his deputy or his advisor, his running mate said something back then, which our friend here from North, from what's it called, from Brno State here, was saying that we know people who said it now. The obedience, right? They were saying that the coup should come out. I mean, people should not be sworn in. They should, the military should take over. I was like, come on, what is going on? What is going on? Why do we have to do this? But I understand where it's coming from, because I know them. We know who they are. We know where they stand. So I'm not too perturbed as to that. So having to say that, you see, well, at this point, I don't think there's a need for any coup. But if there's a coup, I can understand, because Tinubu has been a real failure, a failure of a person.
Excuse me, Rational Mind, please. Can you who said that in Brno, please?
You said it. You said here. You were saying a while ago. I heard when you were saying.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Sorry, Hassan. Let me be sorry, hold on. Sorry, let me be allow you bring it home after Rational Mind brings it in. You got Mike. Did Mike drop?
What are the topics? What are the?
We were talking about the coup plotters. We were talking about the succession plans of the people slotting their children into political offices, Wike, Imahi, etc. And then we're talking about this new champion of the Biafran narrative, a guy that calls himself Ogechukwu Nkere, who is now the new Simon Ekpa. So we're just talking about how comical it all is. But whatever you guys want to, you guys know how to handle
one
it.
Man, I really need to learn Igbo. It's like I can pass as an Igbo man. I need to make some dollars.
You want to enter that space. Everybody is just taking tours to collect money from this.
Hey,
the gullibles.
the Arewa Prime Minister. Start agitating after all.
All right.
Shortcut. Shortcut now.
Tell them you are.
Oh yeah, Rational my fire on.
So thanks. Woman, good night.
Rational man, clarify for me. Sorry for cutting you short. You said I said Tinubu should be ousted.
No, I said you said that we know where did those when you said there was a coup there was this coup attempt, and then you said something about we know people that were championing that they should be coup. So when one man put word into your mouth saying that they said they've been planning that coup since even from the inauguration of Tinubu, that was when they supposed to plan that coup.
That was a fact. Now,
I don't know what fact is that.
LP people said it. I don't know whether it's only me that heard.
So who are the LP? Who are the LP who said it? Who was the person who said it? Is it not your clan man that said it? So is it not Dirty that
my
said
clan man? Dirty
Baba man. Yeah, is it not from the north? So did you hear?
Well, we were once neighbors.
Did you hear it from Peter?
It's not my clan man. Not in any way.
Yo, come on, it's a full animal like yourself. Maybe his mom or whatever is Fulani. Maybe his dad is from Mauritania. But if Mauritanians
there's
also
nothing bad in being Fulani, but I'm not Fulani.
But it's okay. Well, I'm just saying that it's from the north. Either you are Fulani or not Fulani. But the point is, I'm just trying to make is that
because there are also
stereotypes
so attached to
you. He said it. So you people did not say anything. But now you can go back to it now. Now you can now rope Peter Obi into it now because Peter Obi happens to be the deputy of Peter. Come on, guys, what are we doing sometimes? But it's okay. We know because some of us, people like myself too, who never really wish Tinubu to be sworn in. You can also rope me in and say, you said you wanted a coup. I never said a coup. Well, I wanted
because you are not Yoruba now. That's why.
I hear you. Thank you. So what do you Yoruba? You're more Yoruba than me, right? It's because you
who doesn't know? Who doesn't know that?
Because you support your Tinubu, that makes you more Yoruba than me, right?
No, you cannot be more Yoruba than any You can never be Yoruba more than any Ekiti man. So what are you talking about?
You know what?
You can never be Yoruba more than any Ekiti man.
Wow.
All right, let me just go. I know what they do here. They just want to shut me down. So I won't say anything I want to say. But it's okay. Let me go to the coup.
Because your origin is mysterious. You are
of course now. Because we don't come here. We don't throw our Yoruba badge around like some of you do here. Like I see the rest of us who were born Yoruba, full-blooded, telling us that we're not Yoruba because
everybody understand my own Yoruba name.
No, they don't understand my Yoruba.
Well, of your Yoruba name, just give me just give me the
I'm not here for that your Yoruba contest. I'm not here to do Yoruba contest. So anyway, so let me go straight to the point. So the point I'm trying to make here is that why were these people planning coup? I'm not saying they're justified. Well, you see, there are so many things where we can spin this whole thing around because the whole thing going around West Africa and the Sahel and all of that could be another thing. Who knows? Maybe the Sahelians, those military guys in the Sahel, they see Tinubu as a threat because if they could not topple Tinubu, there's still a possibility because look at the attempt they made on this guy's life in what's it called in Burkina Faso. So with Tinubu still there, it means this is a rapprochement with France. That again is a threat to the Sahelian states because if France wants to use anything as a launch pad into the Sahel, it will be through Nigeria probably. So that's why they see him as a threat. Maybe that those people, like some people were throwing out the whole thing, say maybe there's a foreign influence. Possibly, it could be. But all these things are just speculations. But you see, if a leader, if he performs very well, I tell you, most of the people they will stand for him. But Tinubu has not done anything. All we've seen is just his criminality in Aso Rock. I said this guy's a criminal. This guy is an immoral person. And we see that immorality being perpetrated in with that office. That office is no longer.
But this is a usual narrative now.
You say what?
This is usual narratives from you. Yeah.
What narrative are you talking about?
No, Tinubu is a corrupt man. He's a useless man. All those things. He's just the usual. You know, it's like when
Don't
a
do that
robot
the
is
usual.
playing.
Yeah, let it be the usual. That's my usual, right? So
It's
that's
still
my
robotic for even the for the
yeah.
YouTube
You can go on.
algorithm.
You can go on and describe it however you want to describe it, right? So when you come here and you do your ingbati with Tinubu, that's not a robotic, right? When you repeat the same, you just regurgitate the same thing that you people talk in your Tinubu batified group, and then you come here and you just regurgitate that. It's not a robotic, right? So when I speak, it's not robotic. You see, you people don't have. You see, when you want to attack people, you just attack personality. You attack what people have to say, but you don't attack the idea. Tackle the idea. Let's discuss that idea. I mean, I don't know what you people do sometimes, and that is why you see we don't even know what to believe about this guy. Hey, you look at it the other day. You were championing this tax law. I saw one man on one other platform when he was giving them tough time there. He came there. He was just grandstanding there. I saw one man was like, was it damages? He was like saying, you people should swallow it. Blah blah blah. It's Tinubu's tax law will stand. It will stand. And I come to light that really there's truly a lot of falsified sections in that already. I've been seeing a lot of people have been complaining about their money being deducted. People money has been zapped here, like right, left, and center. In a fraudulent. You see, this guy, everything about this guy is a fraud. From his certificate, he got into Aso Rock. It's all fraudulent. And are you surprised when you see him cooking up sections in an already passed a tax law or tax act, and then he went behind, you went to falsify it again. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. Is this kind of leader you want? I mean, you wonder why the country itself is immoral, where people everywhere are just desperate. They don't even mind to even walk all over you just to make their own way. I mean, it's just. I mean, and you want to build. How do you build a society like that? When people come like myself come here, I regurgitate the same thing I've been talking about every year in, year out. Somebody would tell me I'm sounding robotic. Why would I sound robotic? Because it's the same problem. The same problem we spoke about 2 years ago when this guy got in there. The same problem we're talking about since today. In fact, it's even getting worse. They're telling me I'm sounding robotic. Yes, I'm sounding robotic. I leave it at that. So my point is just that if he does what is good, probably there will not be any need for any coup. The reason why those Sahelian states have those coups happen was because they have corrupt leaders there. I'm not saying their own, the so-called guys that are there now too, they're better off, but at least from what we've been hearing of what they've been doing, at least they've been doing something for their people, and their people are happy. So for me, it's just now on the issue of Wike and other people that are making their sons. Are we surprised? I mean, was it not somebody that was telling us when this guy, or your man, this man from Ibadan, what's his name? Former CJN, Chief Judge of Nigeria. What's his name? Ariwola. When somebody was saying, oh, sorry, it was another Supreme Judge called George. When he was giving his farewell speech, he was telling us that what was that? May God bless that man, that judge. I mean, he said when he was giving his farewell, he said these judges, they've been putting their girlfriends, their children, their wives, and whatever into this. I mean, we saw that. We saw many of them. Wike's wife is a judge. I mean, now he's trying to put his own son now to become another. I mean, Erufai there, he has his own kids there. Other people have their own kids there. Tinubu too has very soon he's going to have his own son probably as the governor of Lagos. We are going to be here. We're going to see how happen. But you see, the point is that, and somebody come here a while ago and was like, just trivialize the whole matter. Well, I know there's nothing we can do about it because, well, I won't say there's nothing we can do about it. But at this point, maybe there's nothing we can do about it. But you cannot build a society like this when you have to recycle the same oligarchs and the same what do you call them? What was that word this guy described them? People that steal from the people to enrich themselves. And now we're hearing that Lagos State. I mean, also see what I need to be giving one man a tough time. Sometimes he just goes and select, bring it up here. But if it's IPOB, if it's our friend, our B, he will bring it up. If it's Atiku, probably will bring it up. But Tinubu, anything that has to do with Tinubu. Now look at what is going on in Lagos. They're spending billions of naira to just what's the English word I'm looking at? I'm just running out of English word now, vocabulary. Just to prop up the life of this overfed pigs in politicians. I mean, we are not talking about that. When there are several schools, public schools that need help, that need classrooms. I mean, there are some classrooms. When I went to Lagos, I saw some classrooms inside Kanu. Classrooms inside Kanu in Lagos there. Go to Ajegule there. Go to what's it called? Jora there and those areas there where that I visited because I have people there. I went there. Go and see. And these are money they could use for development. But no, they will never do that. They would rather use it to promote their own lives. And then we are here, somebody will come here and you'll be promoting Tinubu as if he has done something great. I mean, that kind of a person needs to wipe out so that we can have a reset in that country. If Tinubu does not go, we can never have a reset in that country.
No, but do you believe in the principle of comparison, and you compare to where you are coming from, and you look at the principle of incremental?
Speak normal English.
Engineer rational mind.
These high sounding words. Just to make it look like
engineer rational mind. I know, understand grammar like you now. I'm just using simple language. Do you believe in the principle of comparing? You know where you are coming from, and you not compare where you are to where you are coming from.
Yeah, let's compare. Let's go. Go on.
Okay. Where were we as a people, or where was Nigeria as a country? Nigeria was already technically bankrupt. The only thing is that they don't use the word bankruptcy for a country, right? But you know that if Nigeria was human being, as at the time Buhari was living, Nigeria was already bankrupt. Now, what was the characteristic of being bankrupt? You were using almost 100% of your revenue to service debt, right? Now, not only that, you were borrowing to make payments like subsidy, probably salary, and all those stuff. Now, this guy came, and when he came, he paid the debt, all those debt owed to the foreign airlines.
Oga Ola, you intentionally remove context in this your discussion. Let's be just now. How much was the barrel of oil when Buhari came in?
It's not a matter of okay. What does
you
hold on, What has barrel of oil got to do with using almost 100% of your revenue to service debt? What has barrel of oil got to do with that? What has barrel of oil got to do?
Are you asking me that question? I want to
100%. 100%.
I want to believe it's rhetorical because I don't think
it's not rhetorical. It's not rhetorical. Okay, I will tell you. Okay, let me tell you the mismanagement. Now, as at when Buhari was there, we were spending about 38 billion for subsidy, both fuel subsidy and for a dollar subsidy. You understand? So look at the waste you were spending.
Was it Buhari that started it, or did he inherit that?
Does that matter? Does that matter? Buhari abused the forest. No, under Buhari, the forest was abused. Totally, seriously abused. Spending about 18 billion. No. You are telling me you just challenged my opinion.
At his table only.
No, you just challenged my opinion, and I'm putting it to you that
because you remove important context.
No. You reduce the failure of economy to only $1 to naira
so
exchange.
That, I will
now,
just respond.
I'm telling you that Tinubu is far more fiscally disciplined than Buhari. That is why we are not spending about 100. Is that not what I'm explaining? Is that not what I'm explaining?
No, go on.
Farabale, listen to me. We were using about $38 billion to subsidize forex and gasoline. You understand? And gasoline. Now, how is this man fiscally disciplined? Is it true that Nigeria will no longer spend that 20 billion for that gasoline, and he makes sure that Nigeria will no longer spend 18 billion to subsidize forex for those people that are looting it? You sit down in your office, you get subsidized forex, and you sell to the market. People were just, it's as good as people dipping their hand into the treasury, and we are unable to pay the debt of that country. And so how do you justify that? So that one is not the cost of oil. It's not the cost of crude oil. It has nothing to do. It is a discipline, fiscal indiscipline and corruption. Very criminal, traceable. Some people, through the economic process, they committed tracing against the country.
Let me ask a question. What is the meaning of what is the difference between the fiscal indiscipline and corruption? Because hold on. Because you bundle the two words together as if some of us don't even understand what you're talking about. So what's the difference? Hold on now. What's that fiscal discipline, indiscipline by Buhari, and what's that corruption? I want you to differentiate both. Or if they mean the same,
corruption is a broad word. You understand? Corruption is a broad word, but fiscal indiscipline is specific. So when I say fiscal indiscipline, you understand, you were borrowing to subsidize. Nigeria was even printing money again. When what you needed to do was to stop the unholy subsidies you applied to forex. What you needed to do was to just to remove the subsidy attached to gasoline, so that you allow the local industry to develop and allow the market forces to just decide the pricing. So when you did all those stuff, and someone now is now giving credit, is now saying, okay, I should look at Buhari, that I'm not being fair to Buhari. Like, seriously? I know this is JSS2 economics.
Ola, I think Azan is playing. He can't be asking you to be making that comparison. Azan is just playing.
So context now. Let's give it context. Was Buhari administration, was it corrupt? Yes, it was. Were they fiscally
the worst since 1999?
Were they fiscally incompetent?
Indiscipline.
Indiscipline, right? I'm trying to use what it was.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely.
They were. Now let's come to Tinubu. You're talking about fiscal discipline. No, Tinubu is not fiscally disciplined. He found a way. Hold on. He was also, his administration is so corrupt. It's only when they leave there we'll find out the level of corruption and how were they. You see, one thing you need to understand about governance is that, which I don't know if you understand, which I know, I feel you should understand, because if you can explain the way you explain it, it shows maybe you have a level of understanding. When people are in power, like this one that is here in America, when he leaves, that's when we're going to know the monumental corruption. But right now,
let's talk about what we see. Forget about when he leaves.
For right now, we cannot say. Is it the way when Biden was there or whoever was there previously before him? Was it the same kind of level of corruption?
Let's focus on Nigeria. Let's stay on Buhari. No, let's stay on Buhari versus.
Hold on.
No, I don't see the logic. I don't see the logic in Biden versus Trump.
If you continue interrupting me like this, I don't go fit like that. Let me just go. I'll move straight to Nigeria. So it's only when they leave there that's when you find out. Now, Tinubu find a way around this all. Rather punish the people and make it look like I'm not corrupt. I'm fiscally disciplined. No, Tinubu is not fiscally disciplined, because we've seen the level of profligacy under Tinubu. We've seen the way he has spent money like hold on. Which Bubu never did at the scale at which Tinubu is doing his own.
Hold on. That's not the way to you see.
You're talking about fiscal discipline.
Uncle,
But you want to give it your own spin.
Wait. Some of the don't
go
just
rational mind.
micro.
After you, I will answer Oga Ola.
Don't just go through unnecessarily micro. You understand? The point is this. See, hold on.
Come on.
I've just told you. I told you. So okay. Buhari was grossly fiscally indisciplined to the point that we could not pay the airline that were doing businesses on our soil. They could not repatriate their money. Okay, assuming, hold on, sir. Messrs. Beware of Spinners brought 10 billion to do business in Nigeria. By the time you are not done with that business, you now wanted to repatriate your money. An institution will be saying, go and get your money from the black market, from the parallel market. When you knew how you brought your money, so it was just creating some kind of a shortage for you, and there was no you that were supposed to guarantee the representation of the investment. You could not. And
what Tinubu did recently.
Hold on.
Come on, guy.
Don't spread misinformation. Because
people before you saying that spread misinformation. What are you talking about?
Now, so this guy came, he cleared that backlog. He reduced
at what expense? You keep saying he cleared, like I said, he cleared the backlog. At what expense?
What are you talking about? I said Nigeria was technically bankrupt, and you are not telling me that.
Don't give me that Nigeria is technically bankrupt. Don't give me that.
Hold on. No. Spinner. Hold on. Nigeria was technically bankrupt. Do you really understand?
Ola, we are here. We need to talk. Just allow rational mind to do whatever you want to do. You cannot win this argument, please. You are just extending. Do you expect him to agree with you?
Not true. He won't agree anyway.
Somebody are here to talk.
AI is next, man. Put AI on and forget about rational mind.
Because I know what you people do. So my point is, let me just go.
Round up so that we go to Madam.
I'll round up. Don't worry. So you're talking about fiscal discipline and what all those things you're throwing around. At what expense? Nigerians are in penury. I was about giving you an example of myself and one of my business partners. We have money that we took to Nigeria, and we invested heavily into that business. And now for us to repatriate that money back here, we have to go and buy dollar, more naira to buy dollar, with less dollar than we took, more than like half of the dollar we took in there. And you're telling me that because mind you, like you gave me an example, we took in dollars there. For example,
when? But please put dates so that we can be fair in our analysis.
So that you don't have to figure out my.
No. Put it, and then there's no credit.
I just told you.
Hold on.
Was there.
That has no time. Investment that has no
time. I'm going to give you timeline.
No. Investment that has no timeline is fake.
Was there. We moved money in there during Bubu. And now this business, for some reason, we're not able to do it because of the activities in Nigeria. Okay, let's just bring the money back. The money we took in there was not exactly the money we brought back, because we have to change that naira that we had, that we changed the money from, convert the money into dollars, and we got less than the dollar we took in.
So how was that in Tinubu's market? Even if
I'll answer your question. Because it devalued the naira.
You don't need Alfred Iwani and economists to even explain to you that.
Can even somebody say that they devalued naira? Do you know difference between devaluation and depreciation?
I can't.
You understand?
If you don't have the knowledge, you can't just come here and just be telling us.
You are so confused. This is your APC.
If you go and read about what devaluation means and depreciation means, then you know the difference. So you can't come here and be telling us that somebody devalued naira. Nobody devalued naira. The naira depreciated to that level. Depreciation is different from devaluation. Let me tell you. Let me educate you.
Depreciate now.
Let me educate you. Just give me one minute.
Anybody, educate yourself.
You. I'm not talking about every other person understands. You that doesn't understand.
You are giving crap. You're saying crap in your mouth.
You can say anything. I don't. It's your way. Everybody talk crap now. It's only that makes sense.
Quiet and learn a little bit. Just quiet. Let me finish.
When you devalue, what are you doing? When you devalue a currency, what are you doing to that currency?
When you
put doctor, hey, more English. When you say depreciate and devalue, what's the difference? I don't know synonymous.
You can see that you are exposing yourself more. You want to abuse me, but you are abusing yourself because people are listening to you and they know that you are exposing your ignorance.
Oh, Magdo, depreciate. You see,
No, see, let me
I thought you said you go to you are master of everything, that you are economist, you are engineer, you are doctor, you are everything, and you don't understand the difference between depreciation and devaluation.
Spinner, at least Spinner is a business owner. Hold on.
Let him tell us.
Let me make my statement now. Hold on, Baba. Let me make my statement.
There are a lot of people here.
Simba is a business owner. So, and
no, I didn't ask you that question. That question wasn't for you. It was for him. He said, I didn't know what the meaning of devaluation and depreciation. So tell us what's the difference.
Okay, let me tell you. When you say, okay, it's government that will say, okay, with devalue naira, okay, now the exchange rate will be 1,000 to $1. Maybe it was 500 before. Government now make a statement and say, okay, now it will be this to this, like the way Bubu fixed it at that time. That is what they call devaluation. But when you allow naira now to float and you subject to the market force and it gets to that level, that's depreciation. So that's the difference. Is government that will make a pronouncement when you talk about devaluation.
Okay, rack your mind. You want to apologize now? Or have you learned something? Have you learned something, rack your mind?
Learn what? What are you learning?
Have you learned anything?
What are you learning?
Now, based on what you just said.
What are you learning? What are you learning? Your Agbado economics that you're trying to spin here. You're telling me you're learning.
We are not even expecting you to agree. Finish your whatever you want to speak so that every other person can talk.
Yeah, let me land. So this is what some of you do here. You come here, you do this, your Agbado spinning, and you are very good. Some of you, I think
you'll be repeating the same thing. You are becoming monotonous and then very. In fact, listening to you is very distressing.
It's stressing. So the
Rashomon should be done by now. Put AI on the next person on the line, please. We're tired, man.
Dude, Ewa, you were talking a while ago. I mean, I just kept quiet. I mean, it's my topic.
You've been speaking for a while too now.
I've been speaking for a while. How long have I been speaking?
Let's be fair.
You hear online interjected me and you're telling me I've been speaking for a while. What are you talking about?
Okay, we'll give you 3 minutes. Right? Say whatever you learned, whatever you want to learn.
So, you people come here, you do this your Tinubu Bati and do this your spinning word around like as if some of us are just so dumb. If the government, they never pegged. What they did was that they kind of like tell the central bank, okay, this is how you should be selling it. If the government said we're pegging it, okay, they can. I mean, you could have pegged it to like $110 to a naira. I mean, let's say 100 naira to $1. It could have, that's pegging. But they were selling dollar at a particular rate for some people. You go to the central bank, they'll give it to you. Go to bank, they'll give it to you. And mind you, even in black market, it's even higher than what you even get from central bank. So we have these two different, and you're telling me they're pegging. What are you talking about? Tinubu came, instead of rather continue with that policy, he allowed it, he floated it. Because the IMF told him that you cannot continue doing that. Yes, Bubu did that wrong. And he did that. There wasn't anything wrong. Every country in this world. I mean, a few days ago, I heard when Trump was saying that every country, they manipulate their currency. That was what Trump was saying, that Japan and China was manipulating their yen and yuan. Yes, they do that. They manipulate it. How they do that? They either devalue their naira, devalue their currency so that they could get more trade. or the kind of, support that currency so that it will have some kind of, just to achieve some kind of economic gain they want to achieve with it. So every government does that, but this one enter, he doesn't even understand what is going on. The next thing, fuel subsidy is gone, and they devalue the naira. They left the naira to float. You don't do that. You need to understand what you're getting yourself into first. Let me just trying to have a conversation with some of you here. It causes headache because at the end of the day, you always want to use your agbado narrative. I leave it at that. It's okay.
And anyway, thank you. Even though Simba explained to you, you failed to learn.
Don't do that with me. Don't do that with me.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Don't do that with me.
You failed to learn. It told you that devaluation is deliberate. When you are talking of devaluation, you reduce the value, you fixed, you understand. You fixed that. He told you already. So he told you. So, and he explained what depreciation means, which is just it's market driven. You understand? Depreciation is market driven. It's not a deliberate effort. You understand? It's just a function of supply and demand. So someone explained to you. You know one thing is this: when someone is a businessman, sometimes even if it's his business, it's not more than 500 million. You don't have to have size of Dangote business before you recognize that. Let me tell you one thing, even Yalata that is properly doing is selling his pepper properly can even know better economics than what you just did this evening, National Mind. So thank you anyway for your contribution.
It's the same formula now. It's the same formula. It's just at scale. That makes the difference, Oga. Like it's the same formula. Oga, I beg. You have this slow way of talking, but it pierces like
Ola no go make a boo with that.
Hey, God.
What's no has spoken? What's no has spoken? What are you talking about?
Let's leave this. Let's leave this. I beg. Madam A.
You an allergy.
May I respond to Oga Ola just for a few minutes? Then I'll let you go.
I don't think AI is even there because he will have come up if she's there. So continue. When she comes, we give her the floor.
Okay, Oga Ola. You see, the thing I want you to pay attention to around Buhari, and the thing that why I think a lot of people are not doing justice to Buhari. First of all, let's establish something. You see, between 2015, when Buhari came into power, and 2022, that was around when he was getting ready to get out of power. Nigeria's economy, was subjected to some kind of I think it's even a compound shock like environment all through. Well, first of all, there were exogenous shocks. Global oil prices collapsed between 2014 and 2016. They collapsed. Now, add that to COVID-19. You already know what happened with COVID-19 because when COVID-19 hit, in fact, a barrel was selling at minus because it was even becoming a liability for people because it was not even zero, it was minus. It was minus something that people were selling it. Now, there are also these constraints that I would term them as endogenous. First, structural oil dependence for us, and we have weak fiscal buffers, okay? And the truth is that our forex regime and its rigidity worsened our problem. In that, you may have a point, but the thing is that it is not Buhari that put that system in place, okay? So when we talk about all these things, so that result was it became a macro. It exposes us to a macroeconomic fragility. if I may say that, but not entirely an economic collapse. Now, with the material and developmental attendant retrogressions that we faced during Buhari's time, I think the key framing that most people should take, especially people who at a level that they can understand these KPIs and all these intricacies, the thing we must take is that this was not a uniquely Nigerian failure. It was a systematic vulnerability that was shared by commodity-dependent and structurally rigid economies. There are so many different kind of economies similar to Nigeria's in that regard. Okay, now it was exacerbated by the policy sequencing and the timing and all that. So Nigeria's shock transmission is not the exception. It was actually the norm for economies that were in the same place as ours at that material time. So first, like the oil price collapse, okay, it's a physical stress. So because oil accounted for 90% of our forex earnings, you can see why that can be a problem. And 60 to 70% of government revenue is still gotten from oil. So price collapsed immediately. Now, that translated to what? It translated to reduced budget execution capacity. And then another thing too, that it became a form of constraint for capital expenditure. Now, what the result of that, of course, is that our reserves were depleted. Foreign reserves were depleted so much. And also that one too will have implications. So the implications then became that we'll have volatility in revenue, and then it also always things like this, when they happen, they directly translate to instability, especially fiscal instability, because there is insufficient diversification and an environment of weak stabilization mechanisms, if I may say, because of course, during that time, people were not actually, actually bringing in foreign direct investment into the country in any shape, way, or form. So, and Nigeria entered two recessions.
Let me ask you, Azan, why are they not bringing foreign direct investment?
Okay, volatility. Because
what do you mean by volatility?
Okay, FX volatility. One, are you listening? Because
our forex was not volatile at that time now.
No,
was not that volatile at that time now.
It was volatile. It was volatile.
How? Tell us.
What year?
Revenue. We were selling. Jonathan was selling a barrel for 100 and something. Buhari sold for less than 29.
Forget about that. You said forex volatility. What do you mean by forex volatility?
Because oil is 90% of our forex income.
This is the first time we're able to have stability. Forex has always been the black market and the CBN.
Let me say this. The major reason why people
you can say that there is insufficient diversification.
I will give you time to talk. Just hold on. Just give me 1 minute. The major reason why they are not bringing foreign direct investment that time is, when you are coming to Nigeria at that time, Buhari was saying that exchange rate was like 460 or something like that. You will bring in that your money at 460 through the central bank. And then when you want to repatriate, they will not say you should go to black market to go and source it for, let's say, 760. Or how do you get your money? Is that how the way you get? That is the major reason why foreign direct investment was not coming to Nigeria. It doesn't have anything to do with the price of crude.
Okay.
And that was why even the foreign
see,
airline that time, it got to a stage. Wait, it got to a stage when they were not even taking naira again. They said if you cannot pay in dollar, they won't get the ticket because they find it difficult to repatriate their money. But when this administration came, he did not actually give them that, say, okay, go to the, he gave them the amount of money that they claim in dollars, irrespective
Yes,
of the exchange
Simba, you
rate.
are right.
Settled it.
You are right. You are right. You are right in a sense, but you are also
what
wrong in another sense.
I don't know.
No, let me tell you why you are wrong.
Azan.
Let me tell
You
you
see,
now.
I don't want.
Let's not talk in
Simba.
absolutes. Let's
I hold on. You will talk. I don't want Simba to roast you. You know, if we are talking of philosophy and politics, none of us here can match you. But when you start talking of economics, many businessmen are here. They will roast you. See, like Simba said, Simba put it perfectly.
I am poor. I'm not claiming that I have money or anything like that. But
what you are saying,
at least,
what you are saying,
I know what I'm talking about. And I'm willing to learn if there is
rational mind. Don't disturb yourself. Azan can never be in your camp. Don't disturb yourself. Azan can never be in your camp.
It's a learning.
I'm not asking him. I'm not asking to be in
I
my
will
camp.
learn. I will learn if my ideas are wrong. I will learn. And if there
you can't learn from these guys. You can't learn from these guys. They will sell you Agbado narrative.
But so at least let me make my
you can't
point.
Learn from them. Somebody tell me say depreciation and the same thing as it's not the same thing as.
I've warned you, rational mind. Azan will never be in your camp.
When you depreciate something and
let me tell you.
What's the point?
Azan is a teacher.
You use something like that.
Azan is a teacher. He can lecture. So
why are you sucking? Why are you sucking?
And Azan doesn't let me tell you, Azan does not misrepresent data. He doesn't misrepresent facts when he knows. But you, an expert in misrepresentation. So Azan can never be in
Simba. You can't the depreciation. Come on, dude. Come on. You stop that.
Simba.
It's deliberate. One is deliberate. One is not deliberate. What are you talking about?
Azan, continue. I don't even know why rational mind.
So let me ask you a question. I want to ask our question.
Let me just finish so that I won't lose my chain of thoughts. I will come back to you. I'm sorry. Okay. So Simba, it's true what you are saying about the arbitrage with the government selling dollar at 460, and then an investor wanting to repatriate will have to pay 760. Now that is the bad side of it. But another thing that you need to look at is the fact that somebody is benefiting and Nigerians are benefiting because they get dollar at a rate that is cheap compared to other spaces. The ordinary Nigerian is protected to some level, and it's not so much exposed. So the ordinary person, not the business type like you, not the venture capitalists like you, not the multi-billionaires like you, may not see the sense in that, but the ordinary person who earns minimum wage and was buying rice at 25,000 naira before Tinubu came and it became 100 and something thousand naira, actually was the beneficiary. Yeah, you may say it was in the Buhari and his government will argue that it was necessary in the short term. And let me tell you something, there was no government that did not do something during those emergencies to help the ordinary person. In fact, in the United States, they even dole out checks to to the poor, to just help them cushion the effects of all that was happening. So you see, the oil price meant that there was for FX.
So let's understand. When the price of a bag of rice went up, did the price of other commodities remain the same? And wages?
Everything went up now.
Okay, well, it almost balances
I'm
out.
just giving that as an example. You can also extrapolate.
But Azan, when you are doing that kind of thing, how sustainable is that kind of system?
Yes. Now that is where you have a point, a very good point. That is why I'm telling you that it is in the short term. You must do something as the government in the short term to help
you think that if you give Buhari another 4 years, it will eliminate it? You think
now you are not talking
it won't do that.
Now you are just talking imagination.
See, let me tell you something. If Buhari had waited, hold on, Azan, no verse. If Buhari had waited for just 1 more year, Nigeria would have been declared insolvent.
Nigeria would have bellied up.
Ola, can I say something? I wanted to ask Hassan a question before. When you talk about buying the dollars and selling it at the black market, do you realize that Nigerians are borrowing money to sustain that dollar exchange? And who are bearing the brunt of it? They are all Nigerians. So only few people that are into that business. We don't even have that reserve. We are not even, because the problem with Nigeria for over the years is that we have been cooking our books for a long time. This is the first time in the history of that country that this is reality. This is reality. All those ones are just cooking books and borrowing money to sustain subsidies and something like that. How can you borrow money to sustain subsidy? Because you want your people, and the people are not even enjoying it. This is Remy, not Simba.
Remy, sorry, Remy, and Ogawala. You give Tinubu all the benefit of the doubt, but somehow you cannot find it in you to give Buhari the benefit of the doubt.
No, they just give
the
us
key point. No. Let me finish.
The
key point that I'm saying.
The
key point is that the recession was not policy induced. It was a global contraction. Pre-existing weaknesses.
Azan, Nigeria economy was already even in recession even before that event that you are even talking about, and it was due to the mismanagement of that economy from 2015. So see that you say we are not giving Tinubu credit. We are not giving
2015. How did
there was no recession before. Jonathan did not undo.
Did not hand over what do they call it? He did not get foreign loans.
Okay, when you say we give Tinubu is flower, let me tell you one thing. I will not help you to.
No, you didn't. It's not about flowers. The benefit of doubt.
Hold on now. I'm coming. It is your duty to find out the weakness of Tinubu and you push it to us. Then we can decide to defend or not to defend. But now we are exposing the atrocity of Buhari. So you are trying to defend, but your defense is not finding its foot in economic principle. That's the point we are talking about. So you were borrowing to subsidize. Hold on. You were borrowing to subsidize. You are borrowing to subsidize while you were printing money to even perform the normal duties. Now, the question is this. Initially, when Buhari came, right, he bailed out some states to be able to pay their salary. What happened later? Some states could not pay salary again. Now, the question is this now. Since this guy has come to this place now, just point to one state government that cannot pay salary. They even say, oh, Tinubu has caused this problem. Oh. Tell me, when was the last time that the ASU went on strike? I guess if someone started school during the initial period of Tinubu, you understand? It's 4 years. It's going to be 4 years. Then
Yes,
again,
Ogahala, yeah, you know there is trade-offs at the policy level, in anything that has to do with physical monetary policies. Then there is a place for, where you would have to do trade-offs. Sometimes short-term stabilization, can be achieved at the cost of medium-term fiscal compression. You have to understand what Buhari was doing given the circumstances he found himself in. Like now, because Nigeria responded with IMF, right? It's rapid financing instruments that Buhari used from IMF as at that time, and there was a lot of expansionary borrowing. Obviously, it is not only Nigeria. The thing that I'm trying to point to you on that it's not only Nigeria that face this kind of problem. Now, because if you look at it, pre-2015, I would say that the economy is moderately positive, and there was volatility, but it was medium. It was not high. Okay.
What I'm telling you is this: you are just talking of 2020, right? But what happened between 2015 and 2020 itself? You are ignoring that. Again, to compare what happened in America or Canada to what happened in Nigeria, you understand, without looking at the variables.
Let's compare Nigeria with other oil-dependent economies. Maybe it will make sense more. Because now you're taking us to Canada.
Hold on now. Hold on. Just hold on. Why you compare Nigeria to other countries like Canada, like other countries, without looking at the inputs? Part of our input was that we were borrowing to subsidize for gasoline. Canada does not subsidize gasoline. Does not subsidize.
That is true.
Now, Canada does not subsidize forex. So all those two inputs already, by the time you don't even find it in other countries, you are talking about those two powerful inputs alone render whatever output.
Remind me again, how much did we buy gasoline last when Buhari left in the last year, and how much did we buy the moment Tinubu came into power? And what's the ratio of difference? Just remind me, and don't think of it you as somebody who is a business owner, elite, and all that. Try to put yourself in the shoes of an ordinary man and see whether that is significant or not. Sometimes we talk of numbers and remove humanity and all that.
Let me tell you something.
That's not my approach, actually.
No. Let me tell you one thing. That's one of those things that the elites and all those people benefiting from all this subsidy nonsense used to hold us back and used to manipulate the public because they have their PR there. You see, one thing is this: you may decide to remove subsidy and just give the thing time for the economy to establish at a new point of equilibrium, to reach a new level of pricing for everything within the country. Now, you see, one thing is this: we say common people. Now, when you are bringing food, all those pepper, tomatoes, beans, and all those things from the north, are you using gasoline, or are you using diesel? Ask yourself a simple question: since when? When was the subsidy on diesel removed from that country? I think I saw back as 2007. Ask yourself question. Now, you are talking of poor common man. Are common man and poor people not supposed to be using kerosene? Now, when was subsidy? Now, tell me the year that subsidy was removed from kerosene. Now, ask yourself a question now. Why gasoline? At least the poor people you are talking about, they don't buy car. They don't buy car, whether we like it. You understand? So now when you look at some kind of logic, you understand, diesel is very critical to production, even more than the gasoline you want to talk. I'm not discounting the fact that we have a barber's job, We have those people that are using. But you see the core businesses, the big businesses in Nigeria, when you talk of the banking, when you talk of the telecom, when you talk of even the trucking for moving food and commodities, you understand? When you look at all those stuff, those are the major chunk of the economic activities you want to talk about. But yet, the input into all those businesses, which happen to be diesel, no subsidy on them. Even the end product that you even supposed to be for the common people you are talking about, kerosene, no subsidy on kerosene. Why gasoline? Why gasoline? It's just for racketeering, nothing more. And you see that thing was killing the business of the country. Are we not happy that we have?
I agree. Partly, it's true, but I will not go as far as to say that it is racketeering completely, because I know a lot of people whose livelihood were wrecked because of the collapse of
Azan, let me ask you a quick question. I know you will have traveled to other countries of the world, maybe to developed countries, right?
Yes. I don't want to.
So my question is this: have you ever been to any of the developed nations and you see them hawking dollar in the street? Come and buy. When you get to the airport, there's a stock exchange or people you can change your money easily. I will use the example of even here, even if you carry dollar, you have to take it to the bank. So in an economy that everybody just hawk dollar or naira on the street, that is not an economy. That is a gradual economy.
Let's not compare apples and
so
oranges.
Don't say let us compare. If you want, look at what is happening in Nigeria now. From the savings of this removal of subsidy, there has been an increment in allocation to the federal and the state and the local government. That is one. Two, there's a beauty of competition. I was in Nigeria. Let me finish. Let me quickly finish. You come back. Okay. I was in Nigeria in December, and I bought fuel. I started buying that 815 naira, 840 or 832 naira per liter. And before I can say under 2 weeks, I was buying for 709 naira per liter. Sometimes it jumped to 739. And come and sell this petrol station. They are just doing competition among themselves. Some are even giving you free drink to come and buy gas from them. That is when you liberalize the system, it brings in a lot of new players. And I will go and write this thing down. In the next 1 year, if that major refinery Boa is also
I agree with you on the.
So what I want to say in essence is that in future we might see a price per liter of petrol drop below 500 naira in Nigeria in the maybe next 2 to 3 years. Yes. So that is the beauty, and the more money goes to the government to do. The only problem I'm having is this: I want our people to start holding their governors, their local government chairman.
You are talking more of the cons and not the
people should not just keep quiet. They should not just keep quiet. The money is very good. No, hold that your local councillor. That is why Lagos State is improving.
Let me even say this to Azan. Azan, you said that at that time that the exchange area, the civil servant are joining it because that time that even some of the state cannot even pay salary were not regular. Which one will you even prefer? That a government that cannot even pay salary, and you said if you don't get the salary, which salary are you going to enjoy? No, just tell me.
They were all bailed out now.
Even with the bailout, Oshu cannot even pay salary that time. At least
that was the incompetence of the chief executive.
No, and Azan, let me even ask you this question too. Why some northern states are paying 18,000 up to today minimum wage? So sometimes they are just cheating our
up to today. Which state is that?
I don't know. Before
Bauchi state. I know
that is criminal. That is criminal. If it is true, that is criminal. But what I want to agree with you, Remy, with when you said the liberalization, I don't subscribe more to the like liberalizing too much, What I would rather have is, say, let us have like more of revenue diversification, a strategy in such a way that revenues come in from different streams.
What you are preaching,
the problem with that liberalization,
what liberalization are you talking about? Hold on, Remy. What liberalization are you talking about?
Remy is talking of liberalization of the means of production and giving private control and ownership of means of production to attract FDIs. Of
course, that's the way to go.
Let me just in doing that, there's a risk of amassing significant amount of wealth in the hands of corporates, venture capitalists, and I do not really believe in trickle-down economics.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you a question. There's nothing wrong in what Remy said.
Hold on, is that Assam proposing on socialism? I didn't get that part.
Is socialism devilish? Is it
peace forever will come in, but let me ask Azan a simple question. Now, when you are saying you don't want the means of production to go to the hand of the government, tell me any of the government businesses.
No. He didn't say that. He said the hands of the private enterprise. That's what he said. He
wanted to put it in the hand of government. That's what he wanted.
That's what we are saying now.
That's the other way around.
Understand.
Okay. No, Azan, hold on. Let us go to the government enterprise that we are talking public. Where's Ajakuta today? Where's Nigerian Airways? You understand? Where
don't mention. Just ask him that if you mention one business that government has run very well.
One government that government has run that is still standing now. That it used to be 90. No 90 today. So just imagine if you are not living 90.
Let me answer. And my answer is
all of them already.
Let me answer, and my answer is nuanced. It's nuanced, and I know a lot of you are old enough to understand that. Yes, okay. First of all, all the functioning government-run corporations were by the people who subscribed to Remy schools of thought liberalized after 1999 through the Bureau of Public Enterprise. So let me tell you one thing. Nikon Insurance Corporation of Nigeria, when it was, it was function, and the reason why Nigerian Airways grounded to a halt was because some vultures from the West, from America and their friends, came and bought Nikon Insurance at a cheap. Do you know the pool of resources that was in Nikon Insurance at the time that it was sold was so much and was sold at that is one of the reasons why Nigerian Airways failed.
No.
Let me
under the Nigerian Bureau of Privatization, if anybody want to buy an asset in Nigeria, there are some Nigerians that will be the core managing managing.
Does anybody remember?
So
Nikon
when you talk about Nikon or Transport, are they not bought by Nigerians? They are bought by Nigerians. So stop talking about all this.
No. He said they were bought by foreigners like from America and whatnot.
Which American bought it now? She should give us.
That's what he said.
No.
So what Azan is mentioning here?
You have to listen to him when he's speaking so he can counter properly.
Why did Nigeria allow foreigner to buy? That's what you have to ask. Why did Nigeria allow foreigner to buy?
Right about that one, Jerry.
Why did it sell in the first place? Why did it sell in the first place?
When Abacha was dislodged, of course, he's a dictator and all that, and Obasanjo came. So when Obasanjo, do you remember?
No. Azam, before you continue, let me correct an impression. All those assets were bought by Nigerians, including your Atiku, Obasanjo, and the rest, and some Nigerian wealthy people. They share all these assets among themselves. There is no known foreigner they sold it to. Although they might have some.
Will you tell me with a straight face that Nikon Insurance Corporation was not working when it was sold?
You know, this is a government insurance something. If it's really working, why are they not in the system?
The pool of funds. Now, out of Nikon Insurance came NDIC. Out of Nikon Insurance came...
you can go and ask this guy that oversees that sector, that guy that stole a lot of money with his son. I forgot his name.
So this is what I'm proposing, guys, and so that I will not take too much time. And this debate, this talk is very informing. But see, for example, now when Dangote was doing his refinery, right, the federal government, Dangote wanted federal government to have some certain percentage. I think at first it was 35, 40, but the federal government now stopped at 20%. And even at that 20%, they were not able to meet up that 20%. He had to renegotiate to bring them down to 7% and then give them room to make up for the remainder of the 20% so that they can at least have 1 over 5 stake. So my ideal will not be this liberalization that removes government and removes the soul and remove people-centric glasses to look at policy and examine it to the degree.
So Azan, I think what you are proposing is that you are looking at, let me say this. Sorry, Simba. I think what Azan is proposing is I will call it cash them syndrome. You are proposing from they were not well developed, and you want to do a cut of let them take them along. The rich ones should take the poor along. That is not competition, and that is not development. So
no, Hassan does not believe in trickle-down economics. He said it himself.
The rich people continue to feed the poor one.
No. Hassan is a far socialist. Let me chime in, guys. Hassan is a...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Hassan is a socialist. He just said it to us. I mean, he doesn't believe in trickle-down economics. He doesn't believe in that. Okay. So I was just going to even ask him. He's taking a lot of time talking, actually, but I was going to ask him if he can. Can you give an example? Can you give an example of a country that you think Nigeria should emulate, or what kind of socialism are you talking about?
Okay, good. There are a lot of countries that Nigeria can emulate, but the thing with me is that there is no any other country that is exactly Nigerian. So my approach will be a system that works for Nigerians, that is suited to our peculiar, social, economic, political, and geographical realities, demographic realities also, because we have a very young population. We have the youngest population on earth. If you leave everything and liberalize it to venture capitalists, my God, the minimum wage is 70,000 naira. If you work in Abuja and you are earning, in fact, some people don't even pay the 70,000; they pay 50,000. You live in one shanty ghetto outskirts of Abuja. You come to work and you spend like 2,000 naira. For 2,000 naira.
So I'm 100% correct about your ideology.
Let him land now.
The thing is that, for example, every critical area, for example, transportation, energy, power, water, the things that matter, housing, we can liberalize luxury goods. If you want to wear Fendi, buy Tesla and Lamborghini, whatever, go and do your thing. But like you see, these basics, the government should have a significant input. Not everything, at least own 30%, so that the government will be in the table at the decision making to ensure that the interest of the common man is served. I don't think this is asking too much. Anyway, I rest my case.
Azan, let me say this. You know, even that Nikon insurance example that you gave, I could remember in 2005 when they did that. It was 70-30. Government owned 30%, and the foreign, I mean, the whoever bought, but it was Amcon that bought Nikon. Now, forget about those things. They are not. Let me tell you, everybody knows throughout the world that government involvement in business is a waste of time. Even examples of countries now that you see that, okay, maybe they are still,
everybody, don't make absolutes now.
People, it's only people like you that still believe that people should be spoon-fed and should be giving them free things. It cannot work. It's not sustainable anywhere in the world again. Let me tell you, even in places where you can give example, like even in the Middle East, they are trying to even now. Let me tell you now, do you know that even in Saudi Arabia now, health system now is now privatized? Do you know that?
Yeah, I know that, because you see, when I was talking about the shocks we suffered during when
so if you know
the price of oil collapsed, even Saudi Arabia actually suffered from that too.
As rich as Saudi Arabia is now, their health sector now, which is in fact one of, because the two major social things that their citizens enjoy is health and free education. Now,
yes,
the health now is now privatized. It's now in the hand. Wait, now it's now in the hand of. Why do you think they do that? Because the whole system of just spending money on it is not sustainable.
Simba, in addition,
you understand? So I don't know why we are so fixated
out of
about
context. So I'm not. If Dangote controls 75% and Nigeria controls 25%, he's not going to be. He's not going to make use.
Do you know that model that you are proposing? That's what they wanted to do for refinery, our local refinery, and it's still not working.
Azan, look at this thing. Dangote is not the only person producing sugar in Nigeria, flour or maybe semo or whatever. There is a big Eagle flour mill. So many of them in Nigeria producing, and there's competition. So when you go around Nigeria, because I also travel around, I see people having the act of trading. They can buy various items. So that is the beauty. Now, when you now go to the developed country, today, nowadays, they are even reducing many of their benefits to people. The money cannot even sustain people like before. It's like they are now giving so many conditions. If you don't have work in the next 3 months, we don't pay again. If we don't do this, we don't pay again. So those people that rely on that benefit,
I find it amazing.
So what you are trying to say, what you should do,
Africans are advocating for this kind of economic practices that are not rooted in anything that concerns, the welfare of the community.
And
you are
what you should do.
Okay. Let me hold on.
I'm not saying liberalize. I'm not saying don't liberalize. I'm saying critical areas of the economy. For example,
in every place they should liberalize it, so that it can bring in
pyramid of needs, right? At the bottom of it, there are some fundamentals.
See, Azan,
Let the government have some say in that.
Azan, hold on, Azan. There's a difference between social infrastructure and when you are talking of pure business infrastructure or a business environment.
There is a point of intersection too.
There may be point of intersection. This is where I want you to look at it. If government is going to do everything And with our population that is ballooning, maybe in the next 10 years, we'll be talking of our population getting closer to 400 million. Governments cannot do everything. Let's start from that. So there, the means of production, establishing and managing businesses, you go to private people, because with private people, you will have several, investors coming. You understand? Just imagine a situation whereby government is the one want to establish farm for us. Government is the one that is going to in fact, by now we should have even privatized water corporation, for example. So government is the person that want to do electricity, you want to do everything, telecom, everything. Then there's going to be problem. And as a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons we are still where we are today. The reason we never move forward. And to make it worse, what that aspect of that government, you are now bringing in corrupt people that, by the time government start doing all those things, then this idea of a quota system will now come into that place. And that quota system, in many cases, if not most cases, they overlook competence. And you bring all those things, and with the aim of them going to that place and just to go and loot and wreck the company. Just imagine Dangote Cement in the hand of the government, and government is giving the Dangote Cement just to make sure you don't want to hand over Dangote Cement to the individual. Today, we won't have the Dangote Cement that is the largest producer of cement in Africa. Just imagine you hand over banking services to the government. You understand? We will not have all those Access Bank and not those any bank today, because some people will be there. Hold on, Baba. Hold on. So by now, we've experienced what government managed before. The government failed. That was why we started moving to private enterprise. That is why we started even selling the public asset to the private people. NNPC, the money that NNPC looted over time, you understand, that money will be, in fact, if you put it properly very well, maybe we'll be talking of something in excess of $1 trillion. So replicate that one across all government enterprise.
That's true. I think where you misunderstand me is up till now, and I repeat again, that I'm not against liberalizing every other sector except for critical. Okay, who owns?
What are those critical sectors?
The British Airways. Who controls Chinese railways? Who controls
British Airways is not managed by the government.
The NHS, for example.
Can I answer that question for you? Do you know what they did in China? Most of the corporations are private owned. Even the railways are commercialized. They are not run by the government. And they have a good regulatory system in that country. You cannot just do whatever you want. What we have been trying to tell you is that if you let government,
where did the funds come from?
If you let government have a stake in a business, they tend to overload themselves and control too much. And at the end of the day, it's going to be.
I will not lie to you. I was not happy that Ongote, actually got 93% of.
I was extremely happy. Why should I not be happy? Because this guy
I wanted the government to get at least 25 to protect the people.
Do you think if the government had that 25%, they will be able to be reducing the petrol price? I beg, Gary, you should understand this thing more than what you have been talking about.
Not to reduce, to protect. Yes, if it meant
what do you mean protect?
There are some times that windfalls will come, and people who are after money will actually extract and manipulate.
So that is why the government should regulate the NPPRs, DC, or whatever. And the people are there, they are also thinking about their own pocket. They are not regulating very well. That is why Dangote call him out.
So you guys don't believe that government.
What do you mean don't believe? What do you mean don't believe? Is it lying? You cannot lie on that.
I know that is your position now. You don't believe that government should, have a say and invest in the critical areas of the fundamentals, housing,
if
health,
government have a
water,
stake like
sanitation, energy, transportation. This
even
area,
if you are talking about, okay, let me give you an
that they should
example.
do everything. They should be on
Let
the
me give you an
table. Don't
example.
leave it to people whose primary motivation is profit. It will not end well. Look at
Okay,
America.
let me give you a very good example. In Oyo State, before they have water corporation. This water corporation is run by the state government. Today, since more than 15 or 20 years, they have shut down. Almost all water corporation all over the state. The only state that their water corporation is still running very well is only Lagos State in the southwest. The rest have shut down for more than 20 years. That is the reason why people are now have to
Remy, but all these ones, they are 100% in government hands now. I'm talking about.
So I'm trying to give
I'm
the
talking
example
about
that
giving private investors 75%, government retaining 25%. Okay,
government does not have business in doing that. They can give it to several water corporation, private companies to manage.
Government does have, because government creates the policies, and then they also ensure that the policies are implemented, and they also have the welfare of the citizens as their primary responsibility, and they are supposed to protect.
And if you have to be truthful, you will know that most things run by government in Nigeria.
I understand your position, but you are I think you are talking too much of the ideal, and you are talking in absolutes, as if the only way that things have worked before is when it is left and liberalized in the hands of people who are seeking profit. And I said, no, that is not usually actually the case. If you look at history, I mean, there are governments that have done wonderfully well, and there are governments that have had significant stake in
Azan, let me ask you a question.
Not everything.
Okay, Azan, let me ask you a simple question. Where are the Odua investment today? Or where are those investments? Where are the ones invested by the northern region? Where are those investments? See, government, see anything that, see, if I have my way, I want government to let private people operate this thing. You understand? Okay, Fashola farm, maybe the Fashola farm today, we don't even know what is happening. Even where we used to have some of those investments today, some people, they bought the thing to build house. You understand? The textile industry, where are those textile industry? They don't pie, they don't die. So you see, we can't, because by the time government start controlling.
Look at this mining space now, for example.
Hold on, Azan. Where you will know how poor government can be in managing. Just go look at what they are managing today. Look at our universities. Look at our schools. Look at our secondary schools. Look at our other things. So if those things are not being managed properly, and you want to bring these people into business, you understand? I know Nigeria will not move forward. You understand? Look at our ex sector. They are not even doing anything there. We are not clamoring that we should even give this into the private people. So let them even at least show good example where they have monopoly. Government has monopoly in the next sector. You understand? Government work on, government work on correct. Okay, no, they don't have monopoly because there's still some private, but they have almost monopoly.
Well,
they have monopolies in
let's
electricity.
Just agree to disagree. If I'm in power, I will not leave my people in the hands of people whose primary morality and motivation is extracting as much profit.
So you are trying to say government should also run on losses, right? If it's government owned or government have a stake, they should run it on losses because they want to start.
Yeah, now you are representing me well. I'm not saying government for control full ownership. I'm saying it should have a stake. It should have a place on the table.
How can you have a stake while you are also the regulatory body? Don't you think you'll be biased?
That's not good. That's not good because that thing can be okay. Go tell that one to Richard. Is this Richard Branson or whatever? You understand? Of Nigeria, Virgin Nigeria. You know what he said when he left Nigeria? You know, he was even the one having the majority stake. But for the government even having the smaller, the lower stake of it, you understand? The demand of the government through bribery and a lot of manipulation, you understand? They ran the country like grant. You understand? The only country that is still existing today that I can say, okay, government is running maybe just because of the way they structure it. That's an LNG. Which is just the way they run it, just like as simple as a private. But you see our NNPC, Randa.
Who is funding Voice? Who is funding Voice of America? Who is funding BBC? Who is funding?
See, we are not those countries. So we should look at our own peculiarity. See, let me tell you one thing. Whenever we want to do something today, you understand, it is nepotism first before competence in Nigeria.
Yes, that's a problem. That's a problem.
You understand? So nepotism is either come from religion, come from ethnicity, you understand, or come from maybe friends and family and all those stuff. So in that situation, it does not really matter whether you are competent or not. Or they just want to know now we. And when you now, when you have a gang of hawk, you understand, arranging themselves into like positions. At the end of the day, just because they share the same vision and opinion, they will not use the shared vision to help the business. They will rather use that to crash the business. That is what we know how to do in Nigeria whenever we hand over enterprise organization to the government. So okay. United never survived, despite the fact that Obasanjo tried everything. You understand? They didn't survive. NEPA today, even when they even privatize it now, even because they handed over it to some people to manage you see now we are still paying trillions of naira in subsidy now for darkness in that country. You see why government should not get involved. But if you have given this thing to private people, to run, anybody that want to make money will make money on their own. But just because these people are still getting money from the government, best not believe that they are not going to develop that infrastructure. They will keep selling darkness and be getting trillions of naira.
Let me even ask Azan. Okay, Azan. If you look at let's take education in Nigeria now. We have private secondary school, private polytechnic, university, and all those things, and you never hear strike in those institutions. And if you go and check how much they are paying those people who are working in those private sector, private institutions, private university, and all those things, it's not even up to what they were paying the government one. But you see. So why? What are the ones working in government agitating for?
Okay. Correlation does not imply causation. So just because some government workers are idling away and are not doing their job does not mean that those who are working hard for their money are not supposed to be remunerated as what they deserve. And what is actually happening in private schools in Nigeria is the fact that teachers are exploited. They will exploit you, they'll pay you pennies, and they will make millions of naira. The way Nigerians are treated of their labor, it's not really good. I mean, if you are an investor and you have a lot of capital, yes, you can make a lot of money from the sweat of a lot of people, of course, because there is an there is a abundance of labor, so you can do what you like. And that does not negate the fact that the value that individual is adding.
Let me tell you.
And it's not fair. I just want it to be fair.
Wait. Well, one thing that people don't understand is, let me tell you, because I've seen on social media people, peddling some rumors. They even say that in Saudi Arabia, the government pay their citizens' salary every month, even when they are not working. Those are blatant lies. And let me tell you today, what the government in Nigeria is trying to do is what actually the people of Saudi Arabia are enjoying. Apart from the free health and free education, they have access to loans to do whatever they want to do. If you want to build house, if you want to buy car, you will see somebody, let's say, earning 5,000, and he will go and buy a car of 60,000, and he will be paying, let's say, 1,000 every month until you understand. Those are the things that we're supposed to be advocating for. If you are looking for a wage that will be able to solve all your problem, but build you a house, buy you a car, and you understand, there is no country that you can get that.
You have to plan now over maybe a decade or so before just a living wage with dignity. Not that I don't know how to put this. You guys maybe have not toiled and suffered, so you cannot relate. Maybe that's
you don't understand what you mean by try and suffer. I don't know. You are telling somebody. Me, let me tell you, Azan. You don't. If you are saying that, you can say that to some people. Me, I work well. Okay, civil service. I work to like get to level 17 Nigerian civil service. So don't tell me that.
You've suffered.
I left at the level of a director. So don't come and bullshit me with say, okay, no, we have not.
No, but the way you are, it's just the way you come off. Like it's like you just. I don't know.
Let me tell you. If I've learned working as a civil servant in Nigeria, and I will tell you what I've gained. Working for government in Nigeria and even anywhere is just a waste of time.
Even if you pay me, I will not work for Nigerian government.
You understand? It's a waste of time. That length of time, if you invest it in yourself, 30 years, 35 years,
of course,
you know how much you will have achieved. So when I hear people, you give an example of somebody earning 70,000 and still in Abuja, what are you doing in Abuja with 70,000?
You'll be surprised, wallahi, how people are.
You understand? It doesn't make sense. You understand? When I was, let me give you, for example,
the thing is,
there was a time in
there
was a time in 2013. A student of mine came to me. He was my I will call him my student. He's a medical doctor. He works with DSS. The guy just walked to my consulting room. I was even seeing patient that day. 2013, around May 2013. And he said, Chief, good afternoon. That they want to make some recruitment in Nigerian DSS. So that and if I'm interested, that I can come and join them as a consultant. I said, okay, how much are you people offering? As at that time, they said they are going to pay me around 900,000. And where I was working that time, I think I was earning like 400, 450. And I look, I say, okay, I will relocate to Abuja to go and be earning 900,000.
A mistake.
You understand? But how many people can reason? I have my business at that time that I've already doing.
Because you are not thinking, you were not thinking like proper civil servant, because proper civil servant will look as, okay, well,
you understand? I know how much I was paying
I should be able to get 3 million
for the school fees of my children. I know how much I will go and be paying Abuja. I know how much I already have my own house.
You must learn the skill of how to steal now. You must add the skill of how to steal before you can go. That's what some people
in the hospital.
What people don't understand is that if you look at yourself, I don't fancy working in Lagos.
Sorry, did Hassan say what can you steal in the government hospital? Are you serious?
We don't have chiefs in our hospitals, so
because you don't know. Because you don't know.
Especially the medical staff. I don't know for those in admin.
Well, Simba, is that okay? Some people that are still thief are still thief. That's what I'm saying.
In fact, what you if I remember when I was still, every day, I don't think there's any day I don't even assist patients, pay for their medication or give them money to feed and all
You
those.
see what I'm telling you? They are the ones that
In
even
fact,
sacrifice.
sometimes all my team, my senior registrars, house officers that are following me, sometimes I even tax them, oh yeah, bring 100 naira here, bring 200 naira here to support patients. People in administration, yes, they can get money they can look money, but not people that are practicing.
Yeah,
Because you don't have access to money.
I know because I have two sisters who are medical doctors, an uncle who is a professor surgeon. So yeah, I know what it's like being a doctor.
Let me tell you how some doctors steal from the employer. So it happened. There was this guy. He just had some kind of orthopedic incident. So he was taken to a private hospital, and they charged that guy about 400K, right? Now, the person that was supposed to pay for that guy now went to that doctor and said, "Okay, this money is too much now. What can you do for me?" All those stuff, and they just negotiated. Okay, the guy just cut the money into half. He said, "But you will have to come to my own private clinic." Right? You were working for a private hospital. You were taking their client to your private clinic. That's another way of stealing. So that means that
people do that even in government hospital.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Exactly what I'm telling you.
But usually they claim that
no.
that one.
Azan, you are not getting my logic. You are not getting my logic.
I get
Simba
you.
went to that hospital. He could have done that. Now, let me tell you one thing. This guy,
you know why?
Hold on, Simba. Let me land up the story, and you will see one funny thing. So he cut that money to about 200,000 to come to his hospital. He said, they will get a blood transfusion and all those stuff. Now, someone now advised the guy, say, "Why don't you go to Bobby? Why are you disturbing yourself? Go to Bobby." When he went to Bobby, fortunately, the entire process was not even up to 10K, if I remember. It was not even up to 10K. From 400,000 to 10,000.
Shy.
So you see that sharp practices. So when you say some doctors will not have chance to steal, because you are not experts.
The sharp practice there is not about the money. Is the corruption of saying you are diverting patients. You understand?
You were stealing from.
You're not stealing. In Bobby, Bobby is a government institution.
I know, but that guy could have done it for that private hospital. Maybe he would have quoted maybe 150,000, and it will still perform that. And you know that there was no. It was just a manipulation, because that guy was expecting that they will use surgical blade to cut through, knife to cut through, and do all those stuff. The consultant said
the guy. Let me tell you.
They just did manipulation.
Guys, let me go and pray.
If you don't have money, what are you doing in a private? What are you doing in a private hospital? Because private hospital is business.
No. Let me tell you. Sometimes people go to private hospital because of urgency. Because
but you should also be ready to pay the price for that urgency.
Okay. So now look at about 10,000 to 400,000. Then look at what that doctor did, and I will do it for you for half of that price.
You heard what I said earlier, that is a business. Let me tell you, if you go to a private hospital, even they will do tests because they want to get as much as they can from you. You understand? Even tests that are not relevant, they will ask you to do it. Because they want to get more money from you. You understand? It's a practice. Is a normal practice everywhere, and that is why if you know that you don't have money, the kind of attention that you get from them, the speediness or whatever you get, that they will not delay you. they will give you attention, and you pay for it. That one, you go to government hospital, you might experience some delay, but it will be cheaper for you.
Yeah, now some hospital you will say will be doing X-ray for a week-old baby. You start wondering, what necessitated that, for goodness sake?
It's just to get more money now.
No, but was that not some kind of hazard? No, was that not hazard?
No, you can do X-ray for a newborn self. Even you can do X-ray for a pregnant woman. It depending on the condition. You understand?
No, just because I think the condition was like this, Billy Rubin, whatever. You know, they call it jaundice that was not clearing out on time. You know, started doing a lot of things to check the liver, to check some other things. You understand? For just 1 week child, less than a week child itself. You know, to the point that they will say, okay, this one, they didn't do this one in Nigeria that time anyway, so I won't say they wanted to use it for money. When you are saying you were doing phosphate test for a child, for a newborn, you know, when some doctor will say, say kilo day. So you see, there are some kind of sharp practices.
Can they do that one for a newborn child?
I should be similar is pediatrician. That's where I'm. So if I'm using the wrong
I don't
time,
think so. Symbolic answer.
You know, so you see, if someone goes to Abuja, with the salary that should be staying in the one local area in Ekiti, know that doctor has another motive, except you are going there because you cannot find job in your locality.
Some of them think that if they go to Abuja, it has more better opportunity. They will mean better.
That's what I'm. No, and as a government doctor, maybe they put you somewhere in one village of 10,000 people in Ekiti now to stay there, where maybe your rent in a year will not even be more than maybe 300,000. But they are not sending you to Abuja, where you'll be paying rent of maybe 3 million, 4 million.
How much are you even collecting?
And you are earning 700,000 a month.
You know, when I was working in Lagos, for me to go to work, I had to get up as early as 4:30 a.m. to beat the traffic. Suffering, it was so. And when I also
you they leave because now all those places you go there where you go they wake up 4:30.
Before I used to live at Surulere, but when I get a house, I find the house very far away.
Life will need take big gang.
No, Remy, Makapu. How would you be living in Surulere and you be waking now not 4 o'clock? Yeah, it's
you are in Maryland. You are long been inside the Jewish but the man traffic.
You are just talking now. We said you were in Surulere. I was.
No. I was living in Surulere, but you got more really you understand?
See, I was working in. I was working in my company. My office was on Broad Street, so I was living at the back of Yanamero. So every day that time. We wake up around 4:30. We'll be at the bus stop latest by 5 o'clock. Because if you didn't leave by 5 o'clock, you will get late to the office.
Are you talking?
Drop me immediately because you don't even know who you are going to meet on the road. Because two things: if there's no vehicle, if there's no downfall to get you to your destination, the only thing that will come to your head is how to trek home.
And all that there's one woman.
Just imagine someone trekking from that place, planning to trek from other bridge Yanapaja to that Yanamero.
Tobacco 4 a.m. How many hours of rest do you normally have?
Rest, because when I get up at 4 a.m.
In most cases, those maybe we rest about 4 hours.
It's a hard life.
There was a time where one of my cousins told me that he was living somewhere in an estate, and before starting talking, no man kurole. So what you saw, the thing is so much in his blood that there was a day now wake up at 1 a.m. When he now got to the gate, it was the security man that was saying, "Oga, where are you going at this time?" He said he was going to work now.
And one funny thing was that kéèyàn tó wá máa dé àdúgbò, kéèyàn tó wá máa bá OPC, kẹ́tù jọ máa mú kan lẹ́ ládùúgbò, kẹ́tù jọ máa pò. So the thing was, when I realized that living around, so when I now wanted to rent, I wanted to move from where I was. Go around. There's this fine building in Abule Egba, correcting, very big, 3-bedroom flat, everything inclusive. I said, Benny, I would rather go and stay in a boys' quarters in Oregon, or go stay in a boys' quarter in
And when you look at it, even economically, Ola, one mistake that people used to make is that they will look at the cost of housing. They don't look at the cost of transportation. You are living in Nigeria, you are working in Ireland, and because you say you cannot afford the house in Ireland, by the time you had the inconvenience, the transportation and everything, in fact, it will cost you more.
In terms of health, mental health, everything, because those are the things that people fail to quantify. Yes, money now. I know money is guaranteed.
I used to have a colleague that time that works in Lut, and he was staying in Agege. Can you imagine? You are working in Lut and you are staying in Agege. So every time the guy will be coming to work, he will be leaving house around 4 a.m. and be coming to work. The other friend of mine, that one just rented a house in say Lasamaja, what they call that area, very close to Lut. The guy will just walk in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes to the teaching hospital. But this guy that is staying in Agege, can you imagine what kind of life is that?
I didn't enjoy.
Our okay, Ola, I can leave my house and get to my place of work in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I can even forget something at home. I will come back home and pick it.
Yes, now. No, of course. When I was in Ekiti, now we wanted to go to somewhere. Why will I wake up? You see, like, okay, you will resume 8 o'clock. You will just be walking to that place around the. Around 7:20, I know 7:40. You were walking to wherever you were going. So the thing was that I didn't know. I just got a relief when I moved to Oregon, because that time now I have two ways. It's either I just move straight to Tomiland, or I just take the Western Avenue. You understand? So that time, instead of all this 4 o'clock, 4:30, it now became 5:30. So. But the thing is this: I want to leave home before 6:15, and driving from that place to my office is just about 18 to 20 minutes. So it was okay. But like before, even at that Abule Egba we were even talking about, even if you were going to drive in the morning there, you understand, you will drive for like you are waking up around 6:30, and you'll be driving for like 50 to 1 hour. And if you didn't even call it, so it's become worse if you don't even leave on time. Exactly. No, if there's hold up, you can book 2 hours.
Even that mental stress that you have to be thinking about every time, that you are not even sure what you are going to meet along when you are going. You're not sure.
No, your brain will not be sharp. Now that's why you get to the meeting, you'll be having meeting in the office, and you'll be struggling to align with what they are talking about. You'll be struggling to, oh my goodness.
No.
If I get a job of 500,000 in Ilorin, and I get a job of 1.5 million naira in Lagos, I will not go.
Stay in Ilorin.
I will not go.
Because already that's your 1.5 million. We not even get. We not even rent.
By the time you rent apartment,
we not even rent 2-bedroom flat in Bagada. They don't even rent 2-bedroom flat in Bagada. So, what's the purpose? You know, I don't like. I have someone now. I think his rent is about 3.5. I think in Bagada. No. I think no good. Sorry, about 3.5
per year.
Yeah, 3.5 million.
No, I'm bad.
He complained to me. He complained to me that his salary was reduced by about 130,000. His net. So his net before used to be around 1.4, around 1.4 monthly, and it came to around 1.2 something.
Why?
Came to around 1, just because of the new tax.
I think
he got to share boundary, and there was some kind of salary. So it's not taxable. So even when you look at the net of that guy already around 1.3 million, right? Look at the net of that guy. 1 million times 12, that's 12 million, right? 300,000 multiplied by 12. That's another 3.6 million. You know, so that means that guy technically is earning over 20 M. You understand? So when he's a complaint like this, I say, wow. You mean I don't even know saying the guy's salary even read that because now guy he never tell where the guy just come off. He don't take small, but not up to 10 years. Where the guy just come off for when the guy just come off for
there are a lot of people that increase their salary now.
But 90% of workers, 90% of people that have earned so far, it's like I forwarded it into you, right? I'm not sure. So 90% of people that got their tax down, 90% their net increased. So when your net reduced,
I don't think there is any normal civil servant in Nigeria that will not have an increment, because there is no civil servant that will be earning 1.3. I'm not talking about people working for private sector. I'm talking about government. There is nobody that will be earning that.
1.3 monthly.
Maybe doctors.
Where are who? Doctors?
Yeah.
Are you sure doctors are any up to that in Nigeria? What type of doctor? Consultant?
No. I forget about it. Even my salary before I left was almost 1 million.
Monthly, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's it. So if 90% got an increase in the net, then you see if you go to online now, they want to tax people to death or those. I have one guy in my private group that anything Tinubu like this, in fact, that man a rational mind. I don't even know who Tinubu. I don't even know the worst enemy of Tinubu between the man and the rational mind. Whenever we are discussing that one, sometimes we will forget that we are supposed to be friends. That I'm not his subject. He will just I say this thing. I will like say, Benny, Tinubu is not hearing you where you are, so cool down your temper. You know, because he just want everybody to condemn Tinubu. So today I just share that in that 90% got more. Let me just see if I can just put that in here.
Ola, I want to ask a question.
Okay,
look at the Naira now is about 1,300 something to $1. Let us even assume that the thing continue to appreciate and we are now getting to like let's say 900 or 800. Do you think that the government will be able to sustain the salary that they are paying this?
No. Please say that again. Let me hear that again. Can you say it again?
I said, like, let's say the Naira it is continue to appreciate the way it's continue to appreciate. Naira is now maybe exchanged for like less than 1,000 to $1.
Okay.
Do you know that the government revenue will also follow that? You understand what I'm saying? Because at least if let's say the government is earning 30 billion naira dollar before, whatever they get in dollar is what they convert to naira to pay to say, okay, this is what we are going to spend. So in dollar time, it will remain the same, but in naira time, it will reduce. You understand my point?
I understand, because you are assuming that all the government revenue is made in dollars, right? That's what you.
Majority of the government revenue is made in dollars now. We know that now.
Are you sure?
Our net money is coming from oil, so it is in dollar now.
That's not
in
always
dollar.
true.
Because
Okay.
let me tell you what they did in Ghana in around 2005, 2006, when they removed the 0.0000 from their money, is to also remove 0.00 from the salary that they are paying. You understand my point? So if peradventure naira appreciated so well that the naira is now strong, don't you think that the state that are sharing 2 trillion naira now, maybe they are not sharing, let's say, 1 trillion naira, and then they've already increased based on what they are earning now? Don't you anticipate that there will be a problem?
I get exactly what you are doing, but then the way I look at it is this: there are a lot of money made locally. You understand? So, like what you are making in the one, like let's say GST, I'm saying GST, like a VAT, like some corporate taxation, like when the corporate taxation, like
But everything will also reduce dollar now.
Is that what?
Because as naira, let me tell you that as naira is appreciating and you understand, the price of goods and services will also go down. The net profit or whatever in terms of naira worth will also reduce.
I got your point. I got your point. Absolutely. I got your
So
point.
what the government will also be getting will reflect the exchange rate.
You know why I'm not speaking to this is this. I've not even looked at I've not looked at this thing holistically to see, okay, because I know that the majors forex earner for the government is oil and gas for sure. I know that. But what I'm saying is there are a lot of other activities that go in within that economy too. Don't forget.
Because our economy is a reflection of our foreign exchange. Let me give you, because whatever is our economy is driven by importation of most of the basic goods and services, even raw materials and all those things. So it has a very huge impact on the cost of things in Nigeria.
I definitely know where you are going to, but I'm still telling you that now, okay, for example, now let me ask the question: if you look at Lagos state government to start with, what's like the tax they generate, internally generated, from payee and all those stuff? Do you understand the quantity?
Okay,
then,
let me give you,
how
for
much?
example, let me give you, maybe you understand it the way I want.
I understand what you are saying.
Let's say somebody brings $10 to come and invest in a company. You understand? And that $10, as the time you bring it in, maybe the naira was 1,500 to $1. So that would be like 15,000 naira. Am I making sense? Yes, $10. Now you put that money into the economy and you are running it. So a time now comes that the exchange rate now is now falling. So let's say now you have like $1 to naira is now 800 naira. You know that the cost of whatever you are selling will also reflect that. You understand? So let's say now before you are, let's say you are selling for 1,500. and now you are selling for 800 because of the increase in value of naira. The gross or whatever the company will be posting will also reflect that, and whatever tax, whatever government will also reflect that. So it's not as if there's a decrease in the revenue, but the because of the appreciation in naira. That's, you understand what I'm saying? But if your running cost is not reflecting that, it's going to be a problem. So what I'm saying is that, is it possible now to say, okay, because now the purchasing power of naira is increasing, and they have to now be reducing the salary of people?
No. Because no, they won't, because the problem we are having is that the regulatory body are not doing their work at all. Like, for example,
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. It's
okay,
not about regulatory body. Okay, let me give you, for example, let me use my own little business to say, there was a time we are selling egg 700 naira per crate. Now we are selling 4,700. And as at that time, I was paying my staff maybe 10,000 naira. As at that time that we are selling 700 naira per crate. Now I'm paying them 80,000. Do you understand? Let's say peradventure we now find ourselves in a situation whereby the price of egg is now 700 naira. Do you think I will be able to be paying that 80,000 naira again?
I understand exactly what you are talking about. You are looking at it from the point of foreign exchange. Okay, today maybe you make $1, the government make $1, let's say it's 1,600. Then it comes to 1,000. The government is choosing in terms of naira, in terms of naira value. You understand? I got your point, but that's why I asked you a simple question the other time, that if you go back to Lagos State, for example, what are they making internally? What are they using for payroll? Okay, let's say Lagos State government this year, I think they budget about 400 billion for payroll. Now, how much is Lagos State government making payroll? Yeah. If I give, let me check. Let me check.
What is their budget?
Do you think that kind of thing cannot lead to inflation?
No. That should actually help with we actually reduce inflation if naira strengthening. It will actually lead to
if the purchasing power of the people increases.
Now, yes, I understand what you are. Saying. You know, there's an inflation driven by the supply. If supply cannot measure up all those stuff. But what we are saying in this instance is that if naira strengthening, the people become more prosperous. You understand? The people becomes more prosperous. And it now depends on how government responds to some kind of policies. Will you be importing more, or you'll be producing locally? So now, if there were about 10 bags of rice before, you understand, and naira increase, and this thing appreciate, you understand? So you expect people to say they want to buy more bag of rice, and therefore there be competition for the supply, right? But now, the policy of the government now, if it encourages, like, okay, you bring in more rice, then that one will nullify whatever inflation you want to talk. You know, even someone is telling you that government will have to increase tax to solve that problem. Yes, unfortunately, that's unfortunately that's an option. True.
It's an option, but it's not in case of Nigeria.
You understand?
Nigeria, somebody, that is when they will now remember that my grandfather that died 50 years ago, we have to yen pada. You know, when people
No. That's
funny thing. But when the price of petrol continued to go down, more Nigerians started buying car again. So you see,
No,
So
not
that
even more. More Nigerian, even the people that park their car, they put them on the road more now.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is that kind of.
I think what will happen initially is that it will encourage more people to buy more. That will be boosting the economy.
There will be more spending. There will be more spending.
Yeah. And that's good for the economy.
Relatively, it will be a relative more spending. No?
More spending because someone that cannot afford something.
Let's say what you can use to buy one thing before is now you can use it to buy two things. You understand? Same amount, but now can purchase more. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's the same amount that you are spending because your salary has not increased. It's not as if you have more money in your hand. It's only that the one that you have has more purchasing power. You understand my point?
Simba.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I don't want to give a response in a hurry because we have to simulate with different input. We can raise this question tomorrow. Maybe we'll have come up with a better because a lot of things can happen. You understand? So a lot of things can happen.
People will not earn more. The scenario that I'm painting that you don't earn more, but it's only that what you are earning.
The Naira has appreciated. I understand what you are saying.
It has more power.
Naira has appreciated.
Power of the Naira. For example, somebody did a very simple.
But the question you should ask now: will your crate of air come down that time? That's the point. You understand? Because your crate of air will come down.
They will necessarily not bring it down, but
it's coming down. No, I mean, you don't say they will not necessarily. It's coming down. Let me tell you, all these things are demand and supply now. Let me tell you this: it's a natural thing. If you say you don't want to bring your own down, there are a lot of people that will bring it down. You'll be forced by other people in the same business.
And it's not even a kind of product you can just
driver bring the cost of transportation down.
They don't.
So and that's with the landlord, with the landlord bring the cost of rent down.
You understand? When they were buying fuel for 1,000, and now they are buying for 700 and something, have they reduced the price?
No, they did not. So that's why I'm saying that there is no regulatory framework to really control that kind of thing. And there should be
the input for response. It's not coming. They are not coming to my head immediately. So that's why that's your question caught me. That caught me unexpectedly. So I have no answer.
Sometimes I wonder why most of the state government they are not copying like Lagos State BRT system. Where it's easy to, if our governor of your state, what I'll just do, I have 9 local government in Ibadan. I will just give each local government.
You don't whine me. The state governor that cannot even protect their forest.
No, let me say this.
You see, or your state now, or your state need to intensify effort to clear all this.
He's just a stupid man. I'm sorry to say that.
You understand? Because
that kind of thing, I don't even. They applied it before now. In Oyo State that time, I don't know them if you are aware. That time there is this TCTC transport company that time now.
Yes, by Ajimobi, you are right. But when
was it Oyo State or Elisha when sorry, Osun State? TCTC.
I think it's a Bolagi. It's not Bolagi that
it was before Osun State was even created, so not.
That's a TCTC before Osun State was created. Exactly. TCTC is Ipegan now.
What Ipegan now? Yeah.
I know. Those states they used to have Owena mass transit.
Owena trans Kinika.
Mass transit, yeah. That time we used to have even water vessel. You know.
But Owena River is in Osun State now.
Okay. Why do you think Owena River is in Osun State and not in?
I think he's talking about the river basin.
No. I'm just that way. It's different. I'm just that Owena town. Which state is it belong to?
I think it's on those states.
Owena. I think it's the boundary.
Okay.
I think it's the boundary between the two states.
I think
Between
Owena is
Osun
safe
and
because
Osun.
okay, all those things, you understand. So Owena is in Owena should be in those things. I don't think it's the boundary.
Owena, I'm Googling it now. Ondo State. Owena is in Ondo State.
I know for sure. Because that of the river there. So, and Owena is in Akure South. So Owena River Basin, all the man. I remember all those days when our dam used to function. We have this Ogbese dam and
You guys, thank you for your this thing. I'm going to work.
okay, well, thank you everyone too. Maybe we just we don't try. I was even trying to push it to 5 hours. It's like people, all those back end panelists are not here today. So thank you everyone for sharing the time with us, and your presence is appreciated, and we've learned a lot together. So we shall come back tomorrow. Well, let me say on behalf of one man, if you decide, we shall come back tomorrow. You understand, for another learning session. Thank you everyone. Have a good day.